Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, both present here and joining us virtually. A warm welcome to you to the Catalysing Conversations organized by Endeavor. Today, we extend our sincere greetings as we embark on an exploration centered around the theme, Reimagining Growth, Navigating Economic Downturns. This event is tailored specifically for innovators, business leaders seeking to thrive amidst challenging times. My name is Lele Balde, and it's an honor to be your co-pilot today.
And I'm Fola Olatunji David, also your co-pilot for the event. Throughout this event, we'll delve into strategies and success stories that demonstrate resilience and creativity in navigating economic downturns. Prepare to be inspired by fellow entrepreneurs who have embraced change, adapted their business models, and flourished despite adversity.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Allow me to set the protocol for the event. I'd like to ask the people that I mentioned to please kindly stand when I mention their name. The Executive Governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, otherwise known as Mr. Governor. Let's put our hands together for him. Thank you for being with us, Mr. Governor. The Honorable Commissioner of Finance, Honorable Yomi Oluyemi. Let's put our hands together for him. The Honorable Commissioner of Commerce, Trade and Industry, Honorable Folashade Ambrose Medem. Thank you for being with us, ma'am. Honorable Commissioner of Economic Planning and Budget, Honorary Okpe George. Honorable Commissioner of Science and Technology, Honorable Tubosun Alake. Permanent Secretary of Economic Planning and Budget, Mr. Ibrahim Obajomo. And the Permanent Secretary of Commerce, Trade and Industry, Honorable Mrs. Adetutu Oluremi Oshosanya. Thank you very much for being with us today. It's an honor to be one of your co-hosts today, and as we've discussed, we'll be delving through different strategies that affect entrepreneurs globally. In 2023, the global economic landscape experienced significant upheavals and uncertainties. The aftermath of the ongoing pandemic continued to reverberate, creating a complex and very volatile environment for businesses worldwide. Several factors, as we know, contributed to this upheaval. Just by a show of hands, how many of you were personally or professionally affected by the 2023 global economic upheaval? By a show of hands, if your business or you personally were affected by it.
I was.
You were?
I definitely was.
Tell us a little bit about some of the challenges that have been persisting this year. Fola.
Thank you, Lele. This is not an academic paper. We all know, if I called any random person in the audience, you can point out 20 things that the pandemic caused, both positively and negatively. Most people will argue negatively, but I think there's some positives in there. But some common threads that we saw are things, the way the pandemic happened, it was very unpredictable. So there were persistent changes, and this inconsistency made it very challenging for businesses to anticipate the trajectory of what to predict for. I was having some conversations with some founders this week, and they were like, we're canceling remote work. We're not canceling remote work. We're going to be in the office. We're going to fill out a new office space. We're not going to do that. So that made it very difficult. Supply chain disruptions. The way the world offered supply chain, the way supply chain has been handled in the last 3 years has been totally different. In some places, down to truck drivers could not access certain regions. We saw the blockage of the canal about 2 years ago. We saw what rising costs of inflation does to business. So inflationary pressures and the rising prices of essential things such as energy, transportation, this really strained businesses, impacting the cost of their structures and affecting the way they did business. Over to you.
Absolutely. I couldn't have said that better myself. I think additionally, there were shifts in consumer behavior. Because of the pandemic, it completely altered the way in which folks consume. And businesses had to swiftly move to a digital-first transformation and invest heavily in the digital transformation to compete in emerging markets. And last but definitely not least is the geopolitical tensions that are ongoing in the world. Various wars have affected the way in which we do business, limiting the exchange rate, as sometimes when it comes to just the supply chain in general. So the geopolitical tensions, while they may be far away, have definitely affected global business.
Absolutely. So our goal today is to equip you with the tools to reimagine growth for your businesses. You've leveraged the valuable lessons you learned today. And with these tools and with these ideas, you take that back to your business and you reimagine what growth looks like in your various sectors. So for today we have a carefully curated agenda of content made up of TED-style talks, panel discussions, and opportunities for networking. But first, it is with great pleasure that I would like to introduce on stage Mrs. Iria Yomide Oladunjoye, the CEO of Endeavor Nigeria, for some welcome remarks. As she comes on stage, I'd like to read out her profile. As the Managing Director and CEO of Endeavor in Nigeria, Iria draws upon her extensive private and public sector experience to empower entrepreneurs. Her interventions and resources support businesses at various stages, fostering growth and societal behavioral change. Formerly leading the startups unit, also known as the Lagos Innovate, at the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, LSCTF, Mrs. Oladunjoye played a pivotal role in developing and implementing government-led programs to boost the tech ecosystem in the state. A trained engineer from City University London and a women's leadership program graduate at the Oxford University Said Business School, she's a driving force in shaping the entrepreneurial landscape. Once again, please give a warm round of applause to Mrs. Iriayo Oladunjoye, the CEO, Endeavor Nigeria.
Thank you so much, Fola. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Standing on all protocols observed, my name is Iriayo Oladunjoye, the Managing Director and CEO of Endeavor in Nigeria. With immense pleasure and excitement, I welcome every one of you to our 5th edition of the Catalysing Conversations Summit hosted by Endeavor Nigeria. Your presence here today, whether physically in Lagos, Nigeria, or virtually, is a testament of our shared commitment to fostering innovation, growth, and collaboration within our entrepreneurial community. As we stand at the threshold of this year's summit, themed Reimagining Growth, Building Through an Economic Downturn, which is crucial and timely considering the current global economic climate, I'm filled with anticipation for the transformative conversations that are about to unfold. We created a lineup of speakers who will journey through the agenda of today with us, and I have no doubt that their insights will be immensely valuable to us. They will delve into the challenges and opportunities our dynamic economic landscape presents. They will share their success stories and the lessons learned from the challenges they faced. This summit is not just the dialogue that we engage in, but it's about actionable insights and strategies we can extract from these conversations. It will be able to, that will allow us be able to spark, inspiration here today and carry them back into our workplaces, our businesses, and our communities. I'm encouraged not to let this just be another summit of discussions. Our discussions are designed to be a melting point of ideas that spark innovation and collaboration. Each interaction, as Fola had mentioned, be it a fireside chat, the TED-style talk, or networking sessions, is an opportunity to learn, grow, and contribute to the collective reimagining of growth. So I want to thank you again for being here, and I'm looking forward to a dynamic and impactful conversations that will unfold throughout today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together again for the CEO of Endeavor Nigeria. Very excited to welcome the next speaker onto stage to give the keynote address. Bolaji Balogun is the CEO of Chapel Hill Denham and the CIO of the Nigeria Infrastructure Debt Fund. He is also recently the new chairman of Endeavor Nigeria. With over 34 years of experience in investment banking, investment management, and telecommunications, Bolaji is a key advocate for mobilizing institutional capital over Africa's SDGs. As some of you may know, Chapel Hill Denham is one of Nigeria's top investment bank and alternative investment management firms that focuses on funds in infrastructure, real estate, renewable energy, gender, as well as venture. He co-founded Econet Wireless Nigeria and led its successful 285 million GSM license bid, as well as playing an extremely pivotal role in the 1.67 billion sale to Celtel in 2005. Let's put our hands together for Bolaji Balogun as he gives the keynote address.
Thank you, Lele. May I first start by thanking His Excellency, Mr. Governor, for not only turning up here, but most importantly, turning up on time. May I please ask you to give him a warm round of applause. And Lagos is so fundamental to this story of entrepreneurship that I'm going to tell, and you'll understand why it was particularly important that Mr. Governor was here with us. Are my slides up? I was working till 1 a.m. on this slide, so they better show them. If I were young and I was sitting in this room today, and I'm Nigerian, and I'm running a business, I'm quite clear that you will be worried about some things. And I want to sell you all a message of hope this morning, a message of excitement, and why you should really be excited about the coming years. There's a very wise man, I don't remember who said it, but I like to use the expression, who once said that if you unlock entrepreneurship where the tools to unlock it are scarce, what you end up doing is you change the world. And this is why entrepreneurship and the work that Endeavor does is so fundamental to all of us in Nigeria. Many would have thought over the last couple of years, should I be running a business in Nigeria or should I be shutting it down and moving off to Canada? I have all of these world-class skills. Should I be persisting with this market? And I'm going to try to sell each and every one of you this morning a message of hope that keeps many of us here, and the reason why, if you understand Nigeria's trajectory, notwithstanding all of the current difficulties, you are going to understand why you need to hang around. So, my first message is that demography is destiny. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. If you lived in Lagos in 1973, 59.6 million people lived in Nigeria, in this country. In less than 50 years, we have seen Nigeria's population more than triple. And we will end this year at some 220 million Nigerians. So when Goldman Sachs estimates that by 2075, 490 million people will live in this country, they're not smoking something. And it will happen because we haven't started today to do the things that will slow down that population growth. But not only will this become one of the most significant markets in the world from a population perspective, that demography and the innovation, the entrepreneurship, the investments that are happening in the market is going to drag this economy kicking and screaming and make it one of the 5 largest economies in the world by 2075. I didn't say so. This is Goldman Sachs research. And if you follow the economic history and the trajectory of the US over the last 90 years, or you follow the trajectory of China over the last 33 to 35 years, or the trajectory of India over the last 20 to 25 years, then you will believe me when I say that demography is destiny. And Lagos today, of some 25, 26 million people, is going to be at the center of that entrepreneurial boom. And by 2075, Lagos will have 57 million people living here. Without innovation, without investments in infrastructure, without investments in education and in our healthcare, we would otherwise have a problem. But I think that the work that you and I are doing as entrepreneurs is mission critical to ensuring that we keep Lagos moving and actually deliver it as one of the capitals of the world. What is this going to take? The entrepreneurial ecosystem needs to be working together. And it requires a collaboration between government, between investors, between entrepreneurs and founders, and most importantly, with the people and the reason that you and I exist, which is the Nigerians in Nigeria and the Nigerians in diaspora that we all serve. And I want to put it to you this morning that each and every one of us as entrepreneurs plays a key role. We are all leaders. If you own a business, no matter how small, if you only employ 3 people or you employ 500 people, you're a leader in your own right. And therefore, each and every one of us must focus on solving Nigeria's deficits. And Nigeria has many, many deficits. But if you choose to see problems in them, you might get depressed. I like to see opportunity in those deficits. And those deficits include significant deficits in infrastructure, in education, in healthcare, in food security, in housing, in savings and investments, in clean energy, in trading and commerce, in jobs and prosperity. So the work that each and every one of us does is really critical to the future of Nigeria. Now, it's not uncommon for most entrepreneurs, particularly because many new age entrepreneurs tend to be young, to be quite distrustful of government and regulatory frameworks. But I want to put it to you that you must recognize the importance of that partnership and recognizing that more than ever, governments in this country appear positioned to play an enabling role. And the reason I'm really, really pleased that Governor Lagos is here today is I must also pay him a personal compliment. I've had the good fortune of working with governors of this state very clearly over the last 30 years, more or less. No one has done more for young people and for entrepreneurship in this city than our current governor. Thank you, Mr. Governor, for what you do. Everything that founders do is about innovation. And the word entrepreneurship for me, I like to simplify it in 3 words. Vision, innovation, and creativity are the things that produce entrepreneurship. And innovation is really catalytic when you have lots of people to drive in economic growth. Every year, whether you and I like it or not, we will add 3%, will grow by 3% more, which today basically means we're adding 6 to 7 million people to the population every year. And we haven't started doing anything to slow down the population growth. So what we must accelerate is the pace of innovation. And innovation has been critical to all significant economic stories and miracles that we've seen across the world since the end of World War II. Innovation can be catalytic to Nigeria's economic growth and prosperity. Innovation improves quality of living, it promotes competitiveness and increases output. It creates jobs, most importantly. It delivers higher income levels. And overall, it ensures that as an economy, we are advancing faster than the rate at which population is growing. What matters is creating an enabling environment. And too often, we behave like this is purely the responsibility of government. There are some things that government can do, but there is a tremendous amount that we, the people, can do. And I will put it to you that there are 5 elements that are going to be really critical. The first of those is that we've got to invest more in infrastructure, especially in power and in broadband. Broadband is the petrol of the youth. It is the engine of entrepreneurship. And we have to ensure that as a nation, broadband propensity and broadband investments are accelerated very, very quickly over the next decade. And this is the way that we're going to lift hundreds of millions of Nigerians out of illiteracy. This is the way that we're going to deliver prosperity to many of our businesses. The next thing we must do, and this isn't a public sector challenge alone, it's a public and private sector challenge, is we must educate a generation of Nigerians to work in software engineering, in technology, and in creative industry jobs. And we all have to train those people. We must all work on the ease of doing business, because this is really imperative for any kind of startup ecosystem that is going to prosper. And not all startups, by the way, are technology startups. Some startups are doing work, in what you and I describe as a gig economy. From Friday to Saturday, a whole series of parties and owambes happen all over Lagos. And there's a huge industry supporting those people. Those are important entrepreneurs in our ecosystem as well. And one of the things that you learn about Endeavor is that we work with technology-enabled startups, but we also work with real-life businesses, and this is really important. Incentives are important, and here government can play a larger-than-life role, but most importantly, in-country capital is important. And if we continue to create all of these valuable startups, and all we are doing is investing out of country capital, all we are doing, is simply recolonizing ourselves. And many of these business solutions are solving uniquely Nigerian and uniquely African problems. So we need to get much more domestic capital investing in the sector. Finally, what must we as entrepreneurs do? We must recognize that in the businesses that we're building, a startup, if it's going to scale, must behave like a proper business. And that fundamentally means that we must focus on sustainable growth and profitability. If you're building this startup and it doesn't make money, and it's not growing higher than inflation, then it needs to be fixed. We need to understand the importance of governance. And the way I would describe governance very simply is using other people's money. Once you go out and you raise money from third parties, you need to recognize that there's a duty and a burden of responsibility on us to make sure that we are accountable and that we deliver a return. I also want to speak to the importance of ensuring that you keep moving. In a high inflationary environment, in a volatile environment, the only way that you're prospering is you keep taking small steps of progress. No matter how difficult things are, every month there must be some noticeable traction and improvement. I think we all need to get realistic about raising capital. And gone are the days where a startup could wake up and every 9 months, you're raising a new round. Every time you raise money and you put money on the balance sheet, guard it. Behave like you won't have a chance to raise money for another couple of years. Then finally, if you're all going to find support, we all need to understand that not every business is a unicorn. There will be a few unicorns, yeah, but valuation is always what you think the value of your company is and what somebody is prepared to pay for it. Most importantly, exits are really, really important. And that's why I'm really proud, to see our Daystar colleagues here. It's one of the first, Endeavor entrepreneurs that's had an exit. Shell bought their business in December of last year. And unless investors can count money, not paper money, it's only then that more capital will continue to flow through. Really delighted to have spoken with each and every one of you. Thank you, Mr. Governor, for turning up. Thank you all, and please enjoy Catalysing Conversations.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Bolaji Balogun, for that keynote address. You made some really interesting points that I know will carry us forward towards the rest of the day. I'd like to also welcome a few other people. Essay to the President of Nigeria, Fego John Onumube. Let's put our hands together for him. He's the essay on digital and creative economy. Thank you for being with us.
And I'd also like to welcome Mr. Dotun Suleiman, MFR. Thank you, sir, for being here.
Very, very excited and honored that the next speaker was able to join us today. Let's put our hands together and give him a warm welcome to the Executive Governor of Lagos State Government, Lagos State, as well as Lagos State being the center of excellence. Forgive me for that. Let's take that again. Let's put our hands together for the Executive Governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, the Governor of the Center of Excellence, Lagos State. Let's keep the claps going as Mr. Governor makes his way to the podium to give us welcome remarks.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Please let's give them a round of applause as well. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, my cabinet members that are here in large number. I didn't know that Endeavor will pay all of you this much for 5, 6 of you to turn up at 9:30 to come in. And I think that's the essence of how important this program is for us in Lagos State. I want to thank Bolaji, Egbon Dotun, and all of you partners at Endeavor. Ire, thank you very much. We'll talk about you later. And thank you very much, everyone, for coming. So it's not in the number, it's in the quality. And like what Endeavor stands for, it is what this number can now catalytically, blow out and blossom and get a lot of other chair leaders and chair, opinions like yourselves coming out of this meeting. I also think it's not fair on you, Ire. So when Bolaji has done a fantastic, great speech with slides and all sorts, then I come with a boring, prepared speech, that doesn't say anything, other than the fact that, we just think that we're coming to speak to 200, 250 young entrepreneurs, and rest of it. But really, listening to the two previous speakers, both Ire, and Ire, by the way, is also one of the talent that we also cannot retain, at the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. And she's not only the one, and I think it's important that I was just discussing with Bolaji that, so our Lagos State Employment Trust Fund has turned to, a very strong training ground that a lot of NGOs and multilateral companies, now coming and sort of taking the first head, the second head, the third head, and all of a sudden we're just grumbling too. But that shows us that there's something little that we're doing that is on the right side. So for us, is to continue to develop the likes of IRE, and all of them that will be coming out to change our world. And I really just want to thank the creative minds and all of you that have been part of Endeavor. Endeavor, I'm told, is in over 40 countries worldwide now. And, from even the word and what it stands for, it's really around collaboration and using the spheres of endeavor that you have, using your sphere of influence to be able to reach others, to be able to stretch out, to be able to collaborate, to be able to engage, to be able to foster partnership in which a lot more people can be reached quicker, faster, and better. So I can say that I'm actually excited that I'm here this morning. And I was taking notes, while Balaji was speaking, because one of the things that they teach you in business school is that, when you have a prepared speech and somebody has spoken, so it's better you now go back to that speech and make it a lot more relevant than what I have. But it's important, that we say that when we have engagements like this, especially for us that are in the public space, we need to do something. Listen and listen very well. You see, you might think that you have it all and you know it all. You might think that because you have the power of people that have voted you in, so that gives you an end-to-end, capacity. No, it doesn't. So when you come to engagements like this, you must certainly be able to reset your thought process, hear what the people want, hear what the feedback is, and be able to go back, and turn out to be, a better manager or a better resource, person. So I was listening, and there were some interesting stats that came out there, and it's just very coincidental. So 50 years ago, 1973, which is probably just 50 years, were 57 million. And Balaji rightly said it, you really cannot do anything about where you were given birth or what demography, you came out from. But you need to be able to turn it into whatever form. Whilst it's your destiny, you need to turn it around, positively for yourself. We really cannot continue to give excuses and reason that was this part of the country that I came out from. But it can only suffice for such, a short time. You need to rebirth yourself at some point. So 50 years ago, we're 57 or 53 million people, right? And we know what our GDP and where we were then. Now in 2023, we're 220 million plus. But it's scary when we now hear that 50 years from today, whilst we tripled that number from 57 to 220, right? To double the 200 and take it to 57 means that in 100 years, by 2075, we will have done tenfold whatever our number is. Nobody can do that. That's a lot of number. That's a lot of population. So what are the things that we need to do? What are the plans that we need to make? What are the conversations that we need to begin to have to ensure that tomorrow that we're seeing, that we're talking about, we can make that place a lot better than where we were and where we found ourselves. And we cannot continue to give reasons and excuses. I'm not sure Uncle Dotun will be around 2075. I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure myself either, except God is, turns me to a Methuselah and I'm 120. And I don't know what I'll be doing at 120. But truly, really, really, we all have an opportunity, especially if you're still under 30 here in this room, right? And I know that you will not want, to be able to complain when you're 75 or when you're 80, because that's just what 50 years will do to you. So we all have a conversation and an engagement to be able to take away from, an interaction like this. And I think that is what Endeavor is attempting to achieve. For us to reset, for us as entrepreneurs to think out of the box, for us as entrepreneurs, as leaders of tomorrow, to further that conversations where we'll be able to use whatever resource we have now. How do we ensure that we can blossom and we can further deepen that resource to be able to create value, both for ourselves today, and for future leaders that are coming behind us. And so because of some of those backgrounds, we need to thank Endeavor, for creating this global free enterprise network, and they played this role year and year, and we can see that it's leading to very high impacts. They're creating entrepreneurs. They are making movements all around the ecospace, They are accelerating our conversations, and we're building a strong enterprise ecosystem in a market that is still emerging, in a market because we're not fully there yet, in a market that is growing, that is diverse, and in which we can indeed take all of the opportunities that the market presents. We must commend them for providing this platform. And like I said, a lot of my cabinet members are here as well, and we're taking notes, and we will also be further engaging, out of this place. Lagos State Employment Trust Fund is also here. The enterprises such are the ones we saw outside there. Some are unicorns, like Bolaji said, Florida Waves, Money Point, Daystar Power, who I'm told Shell, the big Shell, have just taken them over. Helium Health are some of the success stories that we can all take further, and we can indeed, learn from and be able to create an ecosystem where we can blossom, in this space. I was at some places last week in the UK. Was it last week or the week before? And we were speaking with investors, at the UK, City UK Invest. And part of the things that we're saying is that, so what makes us different? Why should investment come to Nigeria? Why should Lagos be the destination for investment? And one of the things that we need to sell is ourselves. It's not just our people's skill, it's the sheer number of intelligent, young, bright minds that are in this part of the world, that you can really not get them anywhere. They are not only smart, they are not only resourceful, they are ready to take the entire world. And I thought I'd represented you very well, because I've actually sold this, and because of those kind of reasons, they believe that indeed Lagos and Nigeria is one of the places where they need to come and make those investments. But it's not just about them making those investments. It's about us that are in government creating that enabling environment for those investments to stay, for those investments to grow and to flourish. And so that's why I stand here to make some of those commitments, that as we develop and as we build as a government, there's some critical points that we also need to think. Balaji mentioned that infrastructure is critical. And that's what we're building almost in every part of the city. Because it's only when we're able to get people to have more predictable journey times, when we have people where you can say clearly that you want to get to one part of the city at a certain time, and we can provide infrastructure that can take you there, that you could begin to see a city that is resilient, that is functional, and it's sustainable. And so I want to assure you here that with every fiber we have, we'll continue to build on those infrastructure. Power, we cannot give those excuses again, because we have a law that can enable new power initiatives to come in, and we can indeed provide power for our teeming population, so that our small businesses, you don't need to be able to create, end-to-end all of the things that you require. And in the months and the few years ahead, we believe that the power that will be available in Lagos should be not only sufficient, should be accessible, and should be affordable, and we're giving those commitments. On education, that's one of the major deliverables of government. Whilst we appreciate that the well over 20,000 private educational institutions in Lagos, the over 1,100 that are owned at the primary school level and the 700 at our secondary school level should indeed be able to compete very well. And so in the last 4 years or so, we've had direct investment with over 1,000 of those schools. We've built more classrooms that we've done we've built more classrooms in the last 4 years that we've done in the last 10, 15 years in Lagos. We've recruited more teachers. We've given them tablets. We've given them enablement for them to be able to prepare these youth, these young people, into what their future should be looking like. In terms of, you also mentioned something, broadband. How do we ensure that, the engine of a young entrepreneur is connectivity and is the power of internet? You could see that we are, as a government, also enabling that to happen. We're constructing fiber, ducts all around the city. We've done over 2,500 kilometers. We're given approvals to others to do another 2,500, so that we can have a total of about 5,000 to 6,000 fiber at home, because that's where it's supposed to get to, which we'll call the last mile journeys, where you can get, internet connectivity cheaper, faster, and quicker. We're doing that, and we're the first, to be doing that in a part of the country. There are lots of hyperscale data centers that are also coming up in Lagos that will eventually reduce also the access of internet capabilities and connectivities. We are in our own way creating incentives. It might not be, in the numbers that we want, but we can only get better. Tubosun, for example, sits on a board where we call the Lagos Science and Research Board, which is a startup tech startup board in which they identify tech startups and they give them grants. I imagine like what Endeavor would like to hear. And I think Ifechu knows what we do at the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. But with that research center, we've actually given over like 60 tech startups that will be given monies, 5 million, 10 million, 15 million, 20 million as grants. And some of them, have actually gone up to be patent. Indeed, we can mention that at the last GuiTech conference in Dubai about 2 months ago, 3 of our tech startups actually got additional international grant funding, about over $100,000, $200,000 for them to be able to take their business, to another level. These are some of the incentives that we're also doing. But like I said, we can build this bigger, better, and a lot more. And those are some of the things that we're going to be taking away, from this conversation. And I think one other mention that I need to mention is nobody's going to develop all of this ecosystem for us. We need to be very intentional. We need to be audacious. We need to know that indeed it's only when we can solve a lot of those problems internally that external investment will see that we're indeed ready and we can take this forward. And so as a government, we're excited by some of the incredible things that we know Endeavor and its partners are trying to achieve or they're achieving, but we want to say that we are with you, we will collaborate with you, and we want to further validate that Lagos remain not only the tech startup in Africa, the numbers shows it, we're the entrepreneurial hub of the whole continent. So let's keep it up like that. Let's know that, for anybody thinking of both tech startups, both entrepreneurial place, we're competing way ahead of Johannesburg or Cape Town or Nairobi or Kigali or Kenya Addis Ababa, any of them. We might have all of those problems, which we know we do. But I tell you, the number still speaks that this is still the hub and this is still the center, of everything in Africa. And I think Lagos deserves a small round of applause for that. And so we are not unaware of our roles as a government, as a strong enabler, as a strong catalyst, as a strong provider of an ecosystem where businesses will thrive and will work well. And I want to assure this gathering that that's why I'm here. That's why a large number of my people are here, for us to be able to handhold you, for us to be able to listen to you, for you to know that everything that we're about and we're doing intentionally is for us to be able to, improve, access to all of those things that you believe in. We might not be able to do it as fast as you want, or we might not be able to do it in the way and manner you want it. But you see, that's the power of engagement. That's the power in which coming to an event and an engagement like this, we can go back and rethink and retool and come back, a lot better, than what we are. So some of the initiatives that we're implementing to support the tech startups, Ife will know, with the Employment Trust Fund, we've done over 25,000, businesses. And my charge to them is that given the sheer size of the state, we should be able to double that number in the next 12 to 24 months. So they know that they need to create a lot more MSMEs. We are also supporting in the agri space. We're building the biggest food logistics hub in the whole of sub-Saharan Africa. Let me repeat, we're building the largest food logistics hub in the whole of sub-Saharan Africa. And we're taking that conversation to COP28 as well, so that they see that even when we don't have the arable land, to grow, but we can intervene in what comes to Lagos. And that's some of the things that I'm sure some of you tech in our Greek space want to also. We want to be able to bring you closer to the market, want you to bring you closer to where the consumers are and reduce all of the incidents of middlemen, right? And so we can indeed grow what we eat and eat, what we grow as a government. So we have a lot of initiatives in that space that we're doing, and we're also providing, deep policies around the creative zone. I'm sure you've also heard about our intention to build, a new film city outside of Lagos, the Lagos Film City. That is another first in this part of the world. And we're committed to be able to help all of our creative minds. We usually pride ourselves that we're the third creative industry in the world after after Hollywood and Bollywood. But we want to be able to get as close to them as possible. The amount of GDP that those industries flow into their various countries. We want all of our recording, filming industries, studios to be in Lagos, to be in Nigeria. We don't want them taking all of these ideas and all of these things out of the country. And so we're working with international partners, people that have done it in different parts of the world, to come in and build those first-class studios in Lagos, and so that we also have a training, and an environment where that industry can indeed do well and stay on track. There's several other things that we're doing. A new airport design that we've almost completed, in which we should be starting. Another rail line, which is called the Red Line, that we'll be commissioning, is finished pretty much. We just need to cross the T's and dot the I's. Start testing of the rail corridor by end of next month, and we should be able to commission it first quarter next year. It's even longer and bigger than the current Blue Line, and these are some heavy lifting that we can do to ensure that the city continues to remain livable, the city continues to remain resilient, the city continues to remain sustainable, and it can be compared with cities of the size of this number anywhere in the world. I want to thank you all very much for listening this morning. I want to thank the chairman of Endeavor. I want to thank the board. I want to say that, activations like this is important. Let's make sure that coming out of this place, right, like we've seen from the logo, it is a catalytic engagement. It is an engagement where we can go out there and take the world, and be audacious in our thought, in our ways of thinking, and that indeed the world is waiting on us as Lagosians, as Nigerians. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the day.
So could you please stay on stage for the camera? Let's put our hands together one last time for the Executive Governor of Lagos State's Center of Excellence. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for that remark. If I could please ask the chairman of Endeavor, any Endeavor entrepreneurs, to kindly, and the Endeavor board, to kindly join us on the stage for a picture. So the Endeavor chairman, please take to your right. Any Endeavor entrepreneurs that are in the room, please kindly join Mr. Governor for a picture.
After this, we did it first.
Yeah. Yes. Are you staying for that one? Okay. Thank you to our Endeavor board, Endeavor chairman, and any Endeavor entrepreneurs that are here. Could you please kindly come to the right of the room, to the speaker's room, and kindly come and take your picture. Yeah, thank you. You should go. You should go. You take a picture. I'm good, thanks. How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you as well. It's been a while. Can the media please kindly stand by to take the images and the pictures? Thank you. This is the wonderful Endeavor board. Up next will be the Endeavor entrepreneurs that are here with me at the back. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Governor and board members of Endeavor. Mr. Governor, if you could please kindly come back. No. I'm so sorry. You left too early. Thank you, sir. Now we have a picture with the Endeavor entrepreneurs.
That's the power of the mind. Control everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Governor, for coming back. Can we give a round of applause for coming back? Now, our Endeavor entrepreneurs, the individuals that make Endeavor Network. These are some of the highest impact entrepreneurs that you can find globally, solving problems and making profits at the same time. We can put our hands together for Endeavor entrepreneurs and our CEO. Thank you to the members of the media for capturing these moments. Thank you very much. Still to come, our fireside chat. Thank you.
Please give a round of applause once again for Mr. Governor. He's always such a great sport. I've seen him speak at events, and I think one consistent thing that he does is that he picks up remarks from past speakers, and he remixes it and adds it to his speech. So that is very good oratory skills, and once again, he's been a fantastic sport. So, as we proceed, I'd like to carry us very quickly to the next point. We've listened to a fantastic keynote. Just backstage there, we were discussing about how Mr. Balogun's keynote is one for the books. We've listened to Mr. Governor's remarks, speaking about the great strides that Lagos State has done and will continue to do. And now we will have a fireside chat where we'll speak about the role of policy and infrastructure for growth, for the ecosystem, and for entrepreneurs in the ecosystem. So very quickly, I'd like to invite our speakers for the fireside chat. The first speaker is the Honorable Commissioner for Innovation, Science and Technology, Mr. Olatubosun Alake. Please give him a round of applause. Mr. Alake has accumulated expertise in product management, business intelligence, application development across telecoms, media, entertainment industries. Throughout his career, he has been instrumental in conceptualizing, developing, and deploying a wide array of enterprise applications that have added substantial value to both employees and customers across multiple sectors. A round of applause for him once again. Our next speaker is Mr. Oswald Osariti Gwabadia. Round of applause, please. He's a seasoned leader. Yes, he's a seasoned leader in technology and business transformation with over 25 years experience in Africa and the USA. As the former senior special assistant on digital transformation to the President of Nigeria, Oswald spearheaded the groundbreaking Nigerian Startup Act, leaving an indelible mark in the nation's tech ecosystem. I think that deserves a round of applause. He has work experience from the UBA Group and Goldman Sachs, and he has created strategic initiatives that has impacted a lot of lives. Thank you for being here. And finally, to moderate this panel, I'd like to invite Ms. Adeze Shokon. A round of applause, please. She's the program lead for the digital economy at the MasterCard Foundation. She has many years' experience in the tech ecosystem, and she's worked with different partners across government agencies, including the Office of the President and the Vice President, to provide advisory support and program design, as well as international partners such as the EU, World Bank, US Embassy, USAID, FCDO, and many more. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we're ready for a fantastic fireside chat, so I'll leave the room to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Salah. Hello, can you hear me? Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our fireside chat on policy and infrastructure for growth, standing on existing protocols. Today we'll explore key themes that push and compel us as innovators, because we're all innovators, right? It's not just startups. Whether you're a startup, a VC, a policymaker, a consultant, a donor, or a student, or in research, and so on, we have the power to unleash creativity, to do impossible things, and build unimaginable solutions that will lift our economy in a way that benefits everyone. Economic crises and deadlocks, when they occur, have at least this advantage that they force us to think and imagine. So let's maximize this crisis that we're in. So my objective is to unearth insights and actions that can foster a conducive environment for us to reimagine growth in Nigeria. And it's crucial that growth is not only wished for, but that we own it, and that we feel that we have a sense of responsibility because we are the ones that will build. It is our responsibility to build Nigeria into what we want it to be. So, our esteemed panelists here bring not only a wealth of experience in navigating policy, infrastructure, and startup growth, but share a vision for potential for our nation. So today, I want to encourage Oswald, and I'm going to encourage Tubosun, Honorable Commissioner. Honorable Commissioner Tubosun, to have a frank and practical conversation. Okay? So my first question is going to the Honorable Commissioner around clarity of vision and big picture. So in success stories like Silicon Valley, and I know we don't like to use that example, but I use it, and China, a common thread exists, which is a clear vision that meets global demand. For Silicon Valley, it was leading technology revolution, right, to be the technology engineering hub of the world. And for China, it's for manufacturing hub of the world. And it's this global vision that policy and innovation serves. So what is our global vision? Do we have one? I heard the governor talk about food logistic hub of the world. I want to believe it was of the world. So what's our global vision? Who triggers it? Who's responsible for crafting this vision? Is it the government or is it the people?
Right. Can you hear? Okay, great. You can hear me. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Mr. Governor, MD of Endeavor, and thanks for inviting us here. I think the crafting of the vision is a joint responsibility between government and the private sector. It's really about really looking at what our strengths are and where we can really leverage on some of those strengths. In Lagos today, with the size of the population, I think our biggest leveraging points are the people. And it's really driving a human-centric city. So the governor and the team formulated a plan, a 30-year plan between 2022 and 2052, which aims to make Lagos a human-centric city. And so what that means is that how can we create value around the people, right? What are the education levels we must attain in Lagos? What are the kinds of infrastructure we must put in place so that people can produce value, right? And so the entire vision of the state government is really to drive human-centric development, right? And it's like, okay, if you are looking for the 30 best developers in the world, where do you go? It's Lagos. It should be Lagos. In the next 20 years, that is the conversation that people around the globe should be having. If you want the 20 best DevOps people or artificial intelligence people across, whether in the MENA region or in the global region, sub-Saharan Africa, it's Lagos. People should always look to Lagos. And so that vision drives all our activities. And even in our Innovation Master Plan for Lagos, which is a sub-plan of the governor's themes agenda, it's about looking at all of those things that drive human-centric development, right? Whether it's infrastructure for people to be able to do business, education that people can have access to, the improving logistics. Over the past, I think, 36 months, There have been a ton of road infrastructure, rail infrastructure, water infrastructure. So how do all these things improve business, logistics, and all of that? So all of these activities are driving a human-centric city. And in a sense, that is the goal, right? How can we make, in Lagos, the best humans possible? And really, that's the overarching vision. So it's development tied around the human being, development where the people are the center.
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner, for that. And I'm going to sort of piggyback on what you've just said about the people. And I think that and this is my personal thoughts, that our competitive advantage as a nation is our raw material.
Right.
And whether it's land, natural resources, or our people. And our people, if we then do what Silicon Valley or the States or China did, and then we say, how do we turn our people's talent into one that is in global demand, right? And so my question is, if we then reimagine regulation and policy and infrastructure, whether it's digital infrastructure, R&D, or physical infrastructure, how do we ensure that we specialize? So if Lagos is specializing in software and Ekiti is specializing in 3D, and somewhere in Cross River they're specializing in AI, what specific types of policies and infrastructure can harness the potential of talent there? I saw a video recently. China, they were using 3D printing to build houses with cement that people actually live in. I've seen those 3D printers in Ekiti, but they're not building houses. It's just still samples. What do we need to do now to unleash talent capital in Nigeria?
Okay, thank you. Good, you can hear me. That's an excellent question. I think one of the key things we must look at first is, understanding how vast the idea of infrastructure is. A lot of times when you hear infrastructure, you ultimately think, fiber, cable, and infrastructure that the things ride on. I start thinking that infrastructure is foundational, right? So what are the things that are actually foundational? So you start thinking about digital literacy and digital inclusion, right? And you take that aside, and then you now go to the idea of an addressable market, right? What is a true addressable market? If you don't increase your digital literacy and your digital inclusion, right, you're going to always have a limited market to people who understand how to use technology as a limiting factor, right? So I'll bring that back to your question, which is about policy. Now, policy tends to bring all of these things together. Policy brings infrastructure together. Policy brings the people together to say, this is how we're going to do things. So policy documents will say, this is how we're going to do things as a government conversation. Regulation says, this is what you're not going to do. And legislature sets the law, right? So if we are able to put forward-thinking policy that is developed in a collaborative way and takes into consideration the deficits in infrastructure, and that's not just fiber, that's also infrastructure in the educational aspect. I think the keynote speech today given by my Egbon, I was about to say, should I just go home? Had covered, basically all the grounds, right? So education is a key part because that actually drives the digital inclusion. Now, the example I always give when I'm asked this question in a different form or fashion is, what is the difference between, Silicon Valley, Silicon Alley, San Antonio, you've heard this before, and Miami, right? You will find that they don't have infrastructure differences, right? Miami has infrastructure, Silicon Alley has infrastructure, right? They don't have a lack of educated people because you can go to Harvard and move to Miami and work there. It's actually a very good idea, right? The difference between these places, why a company would decide to be in San Antonio versus Silicon Valley, is policies. That's the sole distinguishing factor. So why would I start my company in Lagos versus Kaduna? Comes down to what policies, or I should say should be, at the point when we've gotten our infrastructure resolved, should be how effective and how forward-thinking and how collaborative your policies are to attract these businesses and to help them thrive in your state. But just to add on, yes, we should have every state focused on things that they are good at. So it shouldn't be one state doing everything. States should focus on things they're actually very good at and drive it with policy.
Okay, thank you very much, Oswald. So which comes first? Is it policy or is it innovation, right? We hear innovation precedes regulation, but then regulation is what facilitates innovation. Which comes first? And which is important for Nigeria's context? Silicon Valley, since we're speaking of Silicon Valley, their first founding innovation was a telegraph. It didn't exist before. Young people in after-school clubs, who are the inventors that we admire today, built a telegraph. And it was useful during the war. That was how they were going to communicate at war. And the government took interest in this, revamped their public procurement, and procured telegraph that was going to be used in the war. Venture capital firms risked investment, even though it did not exist, and invested. And all of this wealth was kept in Silicon Valley, and you know, we know what the success story is. In Nigeria's context, which comes first?
Okay, so it depends, really. It depends on the environment you have. It depends on, you know, the socioeconomic makeup. And let me give examples as to this. So in Silicon Valley, as you mentioned, you know, there was the telegraph. In Germany, for instance, Carl Benz came up with the internal combustion engine. Yeah. But when you look at places like China, what started driving innovation there? When Chairman Mao died, and the leader, Deng Xiaoping, in 1979, started loosening property laws, right? And people could actually own things, right? So that means whatever I do, right, I'm able to own it now. And that sense of ownership drove people to really push the envelope of, you know, R&D and entrepreneurship and all of that, because now you weren't just working for the state. In a communist society, you know, ownership is communal. But when those property rights were being loosened, and then people started, you know, pushing the envelope, okay, let me start this business, let me do that. So it could either be any one of them. Policy has a very, very catalyzing effect, right? It can really drive entrepreneurship. It can really drive development. And so in Nigeria's case, we've seen both happen, right? We've seen things where, of course, there's quite a bit of innovation, and of course, policy has to catch up. But again, we've seen policy also drive innovation, like in the banking sector, for instance, in Nigeria, when the former CBN governor, Charles Soludo, when they implemented the minimum capital requirements, right? And banks were forced to consolidate and things like that, you know, and then there was now real development, right, in the banking sector. So policy did that, right? So it depends, but definitely a forward-looking, collaborative government always looks to drive, you know, policy, favorable policy to drive development.
All right, so we are wrapping up, and I'll just ask you my final question as we conclude. If we want to make Lagos, for example, the hub for technology talents that the world needs, what do we need to do in 1 year to make that happen? Right. Is it possible to actually do it in 1 year? What infrastructure, what policy, the governor is sitting here, that we need to implement quickly to get that done? I'll start with you, Oswald, and then we did the Startup Act in 15 months, right? So then, Honorable Commissioner.
So I should find the governor's trouble and say, why Lagos, right? But that's a challenge, right? Lagos is already ahead. I mean, when you ask the question, say, you know, how do we help Lagos become the center? It already is on the continent, globally. Well, continentally. So globally is the next step. I believe that we're already on the right track. I think one of the key things Lagos has to do is adopt the Nigerian Startup Act. I also think that when we look at, as already mentioned, infrastructure, digital inclusion, digital literacy, training the young people who are ready to be trained in Lagos to be able to do, create great ideas. You have to look at the fact that, you know, Nigeria has a fantastic opportunity. Africa has a fantastic opportunity. We have amazing problems, right, which are now opportunities that we can use digital solutions to solve. We have a massive population that we can actually test these ideas on before we ship it out to the world. And then we have a young population that we can train. When you bring these three things together, and tie it with policy, you have an excellent opportunity to create that engine, right? And this is not just Lagos. This is across Nigeria that this opportunity actually exists, right? So when you actually go into Nigeria and start going to a number of states, you see that, during the Startup Act, Startup Sokoto, I mean, you hear these things, you're like, what? So this energy exists across the country. Lagos is ahead, and the rest of the country is looking and making moves to catch up.
All right.
Right. So, it definitely can happen. And let me give some context so people understand that what has happened in Lagos is also a matter of policy. So, Yaba today is as a result of a joint venture between government and private sector stakeholders. Yeah. The first right of way for fiber infrastructure cable, right, was given by Lagos State, right, implemented by May 1, and that's why Yaba became the Silicon Valley of Nigeria, right, as the case may be, right? Over the past 36 months, the governor opened maybe the first innovation office, right, government-focused innovation office in 2018-2019, when he came on board, the Office of Innovation and Technology. Since that time, the Innovation Fund, right, that he has put into place has funded over 60 startups, has funded over 75 R&D initiatives in universities in Lagos, right, has gotten patents, right, has driven a lot of digital literacy as well, training, and has unleashed like millions of dollars in additional capital, right? Some of the companies that were initially funded have gone on to raise more and more funding. Lagos State now drives a grassroots venture investment fund, right, that really primes startups, gives them that initial runway so that other VCs can now take more interest. So there's been a catalyzing effect in Lagos from government. And it's even going further. The Startup Act that Oswald drove, it's been localized in Lagos. We've been going through that process over the past 5 months. And why that is taking time is because we want it to be collaborative. How do we how do we catalyze it more, right? We need to expand the definitions. We need to put incentives for startups. We need to drive the pipeline of R&D. So from ideation in universities all the way to commercialization, how do you turbocharge each of those nodes in the pipeline of innovation, right? So definitely these things are happening and they will happen. The Lagos Innovation Bill, definitely by God's grace next year, it will be up. And that will give an additional incentive to the entrepreneurial, mostly innovation ecosystem to drive unique ideas. So definitely it can happen, and it's already happening.
Thank you. So this brings us to the end, and I'll just conclude by saying, if we're going to make Lagos the hub in 1 year, it's possible. We just need a clear vision, a smart goal that we can measure. So it's not just about documenting bills, it's translating that bill into a vision or into a reality in 1 year. A clear vision, a collaborative process, and we need to specialize and think about end-to-end value chain for exports. Thank you very much for having us. Have a great day.
Can the panelists please stay back for a photo? Thank you very much.
Please kindly off your mics as you are taking your picture. Are we?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together one last time for our speakers. We hope that you enjoyed that wonderful fireside chat. Just wanted to remind you of the hashtag. So if you're posting online, it's hashtag Catalysing Conversations. We'd like to thank the headline sponsors for this event: Chapel Hill Denim, Trust Fund Pensions, the gold sponsor, Money Point, silver sponsor, Core and Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, media partners, Nimbus Media, Tech Cabal, and Business Day Media. And our ecosystem partners today are Google, PEVCA, and Microtraction.
Thank you very much to our partners, and thank you also to people who are joining us online. We have the conversations going on in person here, but we also have people tuned in online and joining and enjoying the event.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you, Lele. So
Thank you for that.
up next, we have a presentation on the future of business, revolutionizing Africa's core industries. And the first industry we'll be taking a talk on is the healthcare industry. Our speaker today is Dr. Ola Brown. I'm just going to read her a brief intro while she comes on stage. Dr. Ola Brown is the founder of Flying Doctors Healthcare Investment Group and director of Greentree Investment Company. Greentree Investment Company are a trailblazer in the healthcare innovation space. Dr. Ola Brown is a Hull York Medical School graduate, and she's furthered her studies in Tokyo with the Japanese MEX scholarship and later worked in the UK's National Health Service. She's a member of the American College of Emergency Physicians and recognized as a 2013 Young Global Leader by the World Economic Forum. Dr. Brown holds a certificate in economic policy making from IE Business School and accounting for decision making from the University of Michigan. In 2007, driven by a personal loss and a commitment to enhance medical services in Nigeria, Dr. Ola Brown launched the Flying Doctors. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome Dr. Ola Brown on stage.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello and good morning, everybody. And thank you to the organizers, Endeavour, for inviting me to speak about a topic that's very close to my heart, healthcare in Africa. So I'm going to speak a bit about myself and my background, and that will set the context for the rest of the talk. I've worked in venture capital for almost 10 years now, as a fund manager, first with Greentree Investments and now with HealthCap. HealthCap is a firm that invests only exclusively in healthcare and financial services. We were the first, or I was one of the first investors in both Paystack and Flutterwave back in 2016. So that allowed me to develop fintech expertise. And now we invest in those two sectors, healthcare and fintech. I'm a medical doctor by training. My master's is in finance, and I'm just finishing off my PhD in finance as well. In terms of our track record in VC, our first VC fund did a DPI of 5x, which means that we were able to return 5 times the money that investors gave to us. And that's important because I think that in terms of investment in the continent, particularly in healthcare, we need to be having exits and making good returns for our investors. So in this presentation, I will be talking about the healthcare opportunity in Africa, but using the fintech story in Africa to reflect on what I think is the opportunity for healthcare in the next 5 years. So everybody knows the fintech story, and when I'm speaking in America and the UK, I describe Africa as the world's fintech innovation capital. I don't think there's a more innovative fintech market than sub-Saharan Africa. And according to McKinsey & Company, the revenues made by fintechs in Africa are set to increase exponentially, 5 times the revenues by 2025. And that's super exciting. But when you look at the numbers, nobody would have predicted that level of success. When you look at the UK, the number of bank branches for 100,000 adults was 25. When you look at the American banking network, the number of bank branches per 100,000 people was 138. That's advanced infrastructure. And when you look at sub-Saharan Africa, the number of branches per 100,000 people was 4, compared to 138. So when you think back 10 years ago, you wouldn't particularly bet on Africa as becoming a financial services leader when other countries had far more developed infrastructure. However, through innovation and through technology, we were able to leapfrog over the physical infrastructure required for traditional banking services. And today, sub-Saharan Africa accounts for 70% of all mobile money transactions in the entire world. That's $2.3 billion per day. And the most impressive thing is we did that with a much smaller amount of venture capital than you see in Europe or America. So if you look in Singapore, for instance, the amount of venture capital invested per person in Singapore is $1,000 per person. When you look in America, it's about $800 per person. When you look in sub-Saharan Africa, the amount of venture capital invested per person is about $1, maybe $2. So we were not able to do just more with less. We were able to do better with less. And what does that tell me? That tells me that we have the capacity to use technology to leapfrog over existing infrastructure. And that also tells me that we have a comparative and competitive advantage when it comes to building robust, frugal technology resources with far less in terms of resources than would be required to build those same solutions in developed countries. So how does this inform my thinking about healthcare? When you look at healthcare, we're looking at the same kind of numbers. So in the UK, there are 280 doctors for every 100,000 people. In America, there are 278,000 doctors for every 100,000 people. In sub-Saharan Africa, there's 18. So again, we're seeing the same kind of situation that we saw in banking. Lack of human infrastructure, lack of physical infrastructure, necessitating advanced technological solutions. But this is the opportunity, and this is what excites me. When you look at the Fortune 500 in America, 4 out of the top 10 corporations in America are healthcare companies. When you look at I think his name is Dede Eyeson study on the outperformers, so companies on the public stock market that have grown 1,000% over the past 10 years, 63 out of the 400 companies that he studied are healthcare companies. HealthCap, my company, produced what's called the Healthcare Unicorns Report 2 years ago. It's free to download online. Out of all the unicorns that have been created in the world, the 3rd largest unicorn-producing sector is healthcare. And unlike banking, healthcare creates a huge amount of jobs. The UK NHS, the largest employer in Europe, the 5th largest employer in the world. 1 in 13 Americans works in a hospital. When you look at every single state in America, the biggest employers are either healthcare or education. So healthcare is a massive industry, massive profits, massive revenues, and also a massive job creator. And I think that this is the big difference between fintech and health tech, is the jobs. And if we need anything in Africa with our high unemployment rates, we need jobs. So why do I think and why am I so excited about healthcare in Africa? First of all, there's the demographics. By 2100, Nigeria will be, by population, the second largest country in the world, outpacing China. We also have some of the fastest urbanization rates, some of the fastest internet access growth rates, some of the fastest mobile penetration, so more people are able to access the internet. The growth in the number of people that are able to access the internet is one of the fastest in the world. This is super exciting. And it's super exciting when you contrast it with what's happening in other countries. So Japan. I lived in Japan in 2011, And they sell more adult diapers in Japan than they do children's diapers. Whereas here in Nigeria, there are going to be more children born here than the whole of Europe. So the demographics are exciting. And what are the things I think, or the trends that I'm excited about in health tech? I think telemedicine is an exciting trend. Anything that brings the doctors closer to patients and reduces that gap in terms of the number of doctors. And that includes remote pathology, that includes remote diagnosis, that includes teleradiology. I'm also extremely excited about AI, and I think the first true AI doctor will be developed here in Africa because we simply don't have the doctors. I'm excited about electronic medical records. I'm excited about wearables. I'm excited about clinical trials and increasing the diversity of the people that go into those clinical trials to create new therapeutics. I'm also excited about the field of longevity and wellness. And I think that this could be a key way that Africa and African innovators in healthcare develop solutions for the world. So, in conclusion, I've spoken about the journey that fintech has taken in Africa. And I've spoken and hopefully proven that we can do more with less. I've also spoken about my belief that we have a comparative and competitive advantage when it comes to building robust, low-cost technology companies that solve massive problems. I've also spoken about how we're able to leapfrog traditional infrastructure, like we did in banking, and I believe that will be the case in healthcare. And I've also spoken about what's unique, I believe, about the healthcare industry. It generates a lot of revenue, a lot of profit, but also a lot of employment. So in the past 10 minutes, I hope I've been able to highlight some of the healthcare opportunities, major trends for Africa, and the opportunity not just to make Africans, but the world a healthier, wealthier place. Thank you very much.
Let's put our hands together one last time for Dr. Ola Brown for that wonderful speech. We really enjoyed listening to you. Thank you very much, Dr. Brown. Hope you're all well and still enjoying today's content. Our next session will be focused on the future of business, revolutionizing Africa's core industries. The next panel session will be moderated by Odroma Ochai, who works with the CC Hub in Nigeria. She'll be spotlighting the boom in the creative sector and the gig economy in Nigeria. And I actually have some facts for you around the creative sector in Nigeria. By 2050, the creative sector has the potential to create 2.7 million jobs and has the potential to have $100 billion and add that to Nigeria's GDP. So it's a huge potential. Very excited for this panel session. So please allow me to welcome our moderator. Let me read out her very impressive biography as she comes onto the stage. Odroma Ochai is the managing partner at CC Hub, one of Africa's largest technology hubs that supports innovation and technology as well as social capital across the continent. With offices and programs spanning all across the regions, CC Hub focuses on sectors like education, financial inclusion, and climate change to promote African prosperity. Very excited as well to welcome Godwin Tom. Let's put our hands together for Godwin Tom. Godwin Tom is a seasoned entertainment business executive, a talent manager, a public speaker, and the managing director of Sony Music Publishing in Nigeria. He has over 2 decades of experience in talent management, event planning, brand marketing, and strategic planning. Welcome to the panel. Godwin, a pleasure to have you with us. Joining us online, as you can see, you can wave at him. Editi, it's a pleasure. Can you hear us? I think you're on mute, so if you could unmute yourself. But Editi Efyong is the creative mind behind Anako, one of Nigeria's leading digital marketing agencies. He's also one of the founders and CEOs of the company. And he spearheads a team of industry standard projects enabling growth for clients in finance, FMCG, as well as the non-for-profit sector. In the creative sector, he also produces films, some of which you may be familiar with. The Black Book, that was #1 globally on Netflix. Let's clap for that. As well as is considered to be Netflix's largest budget when it comes to a movie. They had a budget of around $1 million. And interestingly, the tech ecosystem came together to make this movie happen. So clap for yourselves for being investors in the Nigerian creative space. Very excited to welcome Obi Asika, who is the convener of the Omniverse. Obi is a dynamic force with over 2 decades. You can keep clapping for him as he's coming. With over 2 decades of expertise spanning banking, oil and gas, procurement, and business support services. He's a member across diverse industries and very well known for his work in the creative and entertainment space within Nigeria. Let's put our hands together for Obi Asika. And last but certainly not least, put your hands together for Moses Babatope, who is one of the frontliners of Filmhouse Cinemas and Film One, also an Endeavor company. You're all very accomplished. I won't stand here and read your bios forever. Ojoma, over to you.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Can you give us one more round of applause? Thank you. So Lele started us off with a number of stats. I wanted to give you a few more wild stats about the creative industries and what the opportunity is. The media and entertainment industry in the US is 7 times the GDP of Lagos State. So think about this. 15 million of us in Lagos go to work 220 days a year, every day. If we did it at the same rate for 7 years, the US media and entertainment industry could pay our salaries and, fund our lifestyles. To me, that's pretty wild that we're not taking advantage of that opportunity. Some other stats, if you think about the UK creative industries, it's about 1/3 of Nigerian GDP is the equivalent. So when you think about it, the whole of our manufacturing sector in Nigeria is about the same value that the UK gets from its creative industries. When you think about, and maybe some of you are saying, oh, that's not a developing country. When you think about Brazil, the creative industries in Brazil contribute 2 times the value of our oil and gas sector. I don't know if it's the stats that they're applauding. But the creative industries in Brazil contributes 2 times the oil and gas sector in Nigeria. So when we talk about the opportunity in the creative industries, I know that often people think it's just something for the young people to do. But I want to start this panel, and I want to really base this panel on, when we're talking about the creative industries, we're talking about serious business. 15 million people in Lagos, 7 years of work, that's the equivalent of the US media and entertainment industry today. So that's the backdrop that I'd really like us to have this conversation on. The power has gone off. I thought I'd start with a ditty. We shall not be doing that. So I'm now going to start with you, Godwin. You work in music. And our topic today is looking at reimagining growth and building through an economic downturn. In your sector in music, you certainly reimagined what the music industry would look like when you started Music Business for Africa that focuses on business skills for music. You saw something, right? So I'd be really interested to hear from you. What was the future that you saw that made you focus on the business of music and helping young people develop their capability around the business of music?
So the first thing I identified, like I'll tell a short story. I'll try to do this in 4 minutes. When I came into the music industry from a corporate background, and so I was working, and I just I lost my mind a few times because a few conversations were very difficult to have. So when I started trying to hire people, I realized that the people I was hiring, I had to train them. So when I trained the people I hired, I realized that they still had to engage the industry. So we thought, you know what, let's just start training people. But what I saw that made it a thing for me, so the average artist that experiences mild success, employs 3 to 10 people. And so there's so many programs focused on the creative, on the artist. But nobody, so if we have 1,000 artists across Nigeria, across Africa, who are experiencing mild success, that's 3 to 10,000 jobs. And no one's training them. So I went to a university in the UK, spoke to the dean, and I thought, you know, I'm going to do my program here. And when I was done speaking to the dean, I realized absolutely nothing they'll teach me would be useful here. Well, I mean, a few things, but most of it wouldn't work. And so I came back and I looked across Africa, 1,200 universities, and not one offers music business management as a course. So we decided to do it. And the purpose behind this is, if we can build, and thank you, if we can build an economy an ecosystem that is informed, because right now there's a lot of, you know, Obi will tell you, there's a lot of stabbing in the dark. If we can build an ecosystem that is informed, because economic lean operation applies whether you're in banking or you're in the music industry. So if we're able to build a system, an ecosystem that is informed, we'd be able to stop exploitation. So if a major comes in and says, this is what I want to do, if we have educated people, and when I say educated, I'm saying with knowledge about the creative industry, they're in government, they're able to say, you coming in here, here is a criteria for you to do business. If we understand the path it takes, how creating a song can go from 2 people sitting in a room to creating a job for the ambulance, right? At an event where you now have more people, you have an event promoter, you have LASMA, you have the business it carries with it as intellectual property is important. So what did I see? I see us building beautiful homes, beautiful houses, and absolutely no security for it in environments that will damage it. And if we don't develop people quickly, we'll have nothing to show for these beautiful homes.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Godwin. One of the things I find, certainly with the creative industries in Nigeria, is that there's a real lack of diversity of talent. There are lots of creatives, and then everything around them, the legal, the accounting, the business strategy, the finance, the logistics, all of that stuff is, I feel, that's the urgent opportunity.
Yeah.
Because it's called show business for a reason, right? There's a business at the end of the show, or like even wrapped around the show. So absolutely. I think the MBA model is really interesting. I'll come to you now, Moses. Godwin has talked about the future that he saw with music and the business side of it. And I think when we think about the theme that we're talking about today, reimagining, a lot of people, when we think about reimagining, it's about completely changing the model, right? Let's throw everything away. The baby, the bathwater, the bathe, everything. Whereas I know that when we reimagine, there's still some parts of the legacy infrastructure, there's still some parts of the current model that we need to keep. And you work in cinema. Cinema is the sort of bedrock of the legacy film industry. But how do you see the role of cinema in this reimagined future and this economic downturn that we're building through?
Thank you, Ojoma. I hope you can hear me. Good morning to everyone. Really great to be here. Great to have Endeavor organize sessions like this that also spotlight the creative industry. Great to hear Godwin talk about the importance of seeing the creative industry from a business perspective. And I think that's what we've managed to do over the last 10 years from a film house group perspective. Like you said, this year has been quite challenging, and I don't think it's peculiar to the creative sector or the cinema sector. It's just that there's been a cocktail of a number of challenges after the pandemic. And if you also look at what is a great positive for the industry with the advent of streaming, that has also had its own toll on cinemas. But as an entrepreneur, you continue to see opportunities even with the challenges that exist. And for us, the cinema industry is so vital to the success of film in the country. We think that it is the one important gateway as far as the local film industry ecosystem is concerned. And in terms of reimagining, like you said, we're not looking at changing anything particularly. We're looking at the sector evolving, where we want it to be more inclusive. Right now, a lot of people argue that mainstream cinema is very middle class, upper class, and the particular price points for cinema films maybe exclude a certain class of society. And that's what I love about the evolution of technology and tech entrepreneurs. As I speak to you, there are various engagements with tech entrepreneurs around how we can look at communal screening experiences, how technology can help us leverage existing infrastructure like viewing centers, for example, like bars and lounges in towns and villages. And for example, you have an Uber or an Airbnb portal that aggregates all those locations, and you can find a way to get the latest film to those locations. And at the same time, the existing cinemas, how can we make them beyond cinema, beyond just going to watch a film? Can they become more entertainment complexes? And these are the challenges we're setting for ourselves. A lot of people do not know that the cinema sector last year was 7 billion naira in box office, but that's just box office. The retail spend and the advertising spend brings it to a 15, 16 billion naira a year industry with just less than 70 locations. And there is prospect for growth even in that middle class to upper class tier. So we're looking at how we can make it more inclusive for all. At the Film House Group, we're doing beyond just cinemas. We're also very much involved in producing content and very much involved in distributing content to the major streamers. And so we're looking across the whole value chain, but we know that, like you said, the legacy impact of cinema cannot be undervalued. And from a continental perspective, we remain Africa's biggest hope in terms of in terms of the positioning of local content. No other country has the share of box office like Nollywood has in its own local market. In South Africa, it's below 10%. In Kenya, it's not existent. In Ghana, the industry has probably almost disappeared in terms of local content. In Nigeria, the prospect is potentially 40% of box office. Coming from thank you. Where just less than 10 years ago, it was less than 5%. So I think for me, that is the real imagining of what can we do with the results we're getting? What can we do with the resilience we're showing? What can we do with the increased attention that the sector is getting? And how can we ensure that we are projecting the best of us even in very dire times?
Absolutely, thank you. I'm struck by one of the numbers that you mentioned there, Moses. Did you say that it was 7 billion in box office and an additional how much?
Additional 8 billion in retail. So when we say retail, popcorn, drinks, hot dogs, activations on your foyer, and then advertising. So an additional 8 billion.
So for every 1 naira that you made from the film, there was an additional 1.1 or 1.2 naira from everything else, which I think is pretty wild. Because when we're thinking about employment in film, we're thinking about the filmmaker and everybody involved on set and distribution. But the boys and girls selling popcorn behind the counter, they work in the film industry. Your janitor that's cleaning your film, they work in the film industry.
Absolutely. The printers that print the banners and everything, and the electricians, and a number of them. And that's why this platform is so critical for us to be able to shape the narrative and say there is a business to what we do. There is a formal structure. There's legal, marketing, audit, and compliance. There is governance, all of these things, that propel the business that we run.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that, Moses. Obi is the real OG of everything that we're talking about. Obi, you started Storm Records in 1991. What were you guys doing in 1991? Primary school, nursery school?
I have to just accept we were basically nuts, right? There was no real imagination about the future to that extent, except that I was 100% convinced that what Nigerians had inherently in terms of talent was world class. And I hated this thing of, it's good for Nigeria. There's a phrase that used to happen a lot. You really try. You people are trying. I hate that, right? So I was convinced that there was something happening here within my generation, within the sounds I was hearing. And you have to understand, and it's something I say a lot, that Nollywood and Afrobeats are the first 2 startup industries in this ecosystem. And they inspire the Nigerian tech ecosystem by providing the soundtrack and the inspiration for those who've gone forward. So the thing about it is, my inspiration was the belief, which I've had all my life, that our talent and our story is compelling, and it's worldwide. And because our mythology is older than Greek and Roman mythology, it's older than every other mythology. I talk about this a lot of times. I don't want to talk about Shango and Thor because I talk about that all the time. But if you take Shango as one, there are at least 1,000 other properties of that nature in Nigeria. We have 1,000 cultural festivals. I believe we've only just scratched the surface.
Yeah.
So for those who are thinking, it's late to enter the sector, I think it's just beginning. We're just getting to a stage where the Nigerian government, the Nigerian financial institutions are beginning to understand that they can invest and back this ecosystem. Some of us have been begging them to look at it for years, but we're now at a stage where it makes manifest sense. And also, if you're a progressive and mature Nigerian, it is kind of embarrassing that we are the least investors of our own content.
Absolutely.
Because I think that's something that must be said, that whether it's Netflix, Africa Magic, MultiChoice, these are the brands that have given us the distribution platforms to take our content global. But I will tell you that if I could tell you that in 1992, when I signed Junior and Pretty, that I knew that would lead to WizKid selling out the Tottenham Stadium, I'd be lying. But it's a beautiful thing to see. And the great thing is maybe we don't understand what it means that 2 Nigerian artists sold out stadiums in London in 2023. I'm not sure there's a black British artist that can sell out a stadium in the UK. That is an incredible thing. We come with no capital. We just disrupted through these digital platforms and our own viral nature and our ability to connect. But if we can get capital to back the content, I think the future is unimaginable.
Absolutely. Thank you, Obi. I was hoping I could bring Aditi in at this point to talk about capital, actually, and Black Book. But it seems like that ain't happening. Right. I think you raised an interesting point there about tech and creative industries. I remember I did a study back in 2022 for UNESCO. We were looking at the creative industries in 94 countries around the world, and one of the conclusions from that study was it's becoming impossible to distinguish between what is the digital economy and what is the creative economy. The lines are blurring a lot. And that's because when you think about it, what's the digital economy? It's large platforms, it's social media. But think about Instagram without video, or TikTok without music. It's just not possible. They won't be what they are. And so I think as we reimagine the future of the creative industries, we have to be thinking about digital. We have to be thinking about technology. We have to be thinking about emerging tech, AI, generative AI, virtual reality, all that kind of stuff. Obi, were you going to say something to that?
Yeah, I wanted to say something about the fact that I think one of the biggest opportunities for us is to understand, if you look at the music industry, if you look at our influencers, Nigerian soft power easily has 1 billion followers today. It's not potential. That's 1 billion followers. The gap is in product, right? Okay, if you remember the Kardashians, there's no real talent, but a product. Right? Sorry, hope I didn't offend anybody. But the product, right? Merchandise. We have to merchandise this industry. We have to create products that we can sell. We have hundreds of Nollywood female actresses. Where are the hair products? Where's the fashion products?
Yeah.
Our musicians, same thing. Our sportsmen, same thing. So we have this enormous pools of influence, and we have the street markets that can make the stuff, but we have disconnected marketplaces. So we need that. That's where the tech guys come in, because we need them to come in and enable the creatives to build the solution, because really, that's where the money is, right? Yeah. Touring and merchandise. And not just touring for musicians, for comedians, for variety, entertainment, and that's where the venues and infrastructure come into the mix as well.
I think touring, merchandise, but also licensing. Because think about, I've always wondered what we would do if we could make game characters from Nollywood characters. That would be pretty wild, wouldn't it? Were you going to say something to that?
Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, great. I think we've continued to sell our intellectual property, and within that intellectual property carries our culture, our entire identity, who we are as a people, our language, etc., and we continually sell it. Now, more people we have a lot of Africans who are now migrating. Now, I know there's oh my God, everybody's leaving, but there's value in that as well, because the African that is in a university in London is the one telling his English friend that you need to listen to this music, you need to eat jollof rice, you need to, learn this dance. That is our intellectual property that's traveling. What we need to identify and where tech comes in, because tech is not this demon. Tech just helps you scale. Yeah. So what it's supposed to do is, how do we connect the speed at which our IP is traveling and carrying with it our music, our culture, our language, and ensure that the benefits of that comes back home.
Yeah. 100%. And you talk about music traveling, you talk about the soft power. I remember getting out in the airport in Montego Bay in Jamaica, and when you travel now, it's not a surprise to hear Afrobeats. It's a matter of course. But my mind was blown. The taxi I got into from the airport was playing Tokbe Alabi. It's not, that is pretty wild. Because it wasn't Wizkid, it wasn't Burna, it was Tokbe Alabi. And I was asking the taxi guy, is this something you guys listen to all the time? And he says, yes, it's not even his music. It was a radio station that was playing Tokbe Alabi, and I thought, oh, wow, okay. My music travel, no visa. That's the absolute case study of that. I see we now have Editi, and we're fast running out of time. Editi, apologies, it has been off and on, but I really wanted to ask you, we were talking about capital earlier. I don't know if you heard that part of the conversation, but we were talking about capital and local capital in the creative industries and how critical that is. And I can't think of any better example of where local capital has gone to create a world-class creative product from Nigeria. So first of all, let's give a round of applause again to Editi for Black Book. I'd really like to hear from you, Editi, two things. One, just give us a run-through of the numbers that Black Book has done. And then please tell us about local capital and what that did for the realization of the project Black Book. is he muted? Is Aditi muted, or are we just not? Aditi, I think you're muted, if you can hear me.
Oh, okay. Hello, everyone. Sorry, it's 2:30 here, so my sense of humor hasn't kicked in. I believe we're talking about we're focusing on local capital and the creative industry.
Yeah, Aditi, I was.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just going to talk about the film and with a focus on local capital. The Black Book obviously has been called Nigeria's first blockbuster, and we're pretty excited about what it's done around the world. Sorry, hey, am I on?
Yeah, we can hear you, Aditi. Carry on.
Okay, sorry, we're having this technical challenges. Well, I think the demonstration of maybe the impacts of the Black Book globally has been for us how it was the #1 film in South Korea for a couple of weeks, and South Korea is a country that has its own film industry. It's got its own. They watch a lot of South Korean content, national content, and this tells the thing as Nigerians, like our stories can travel. Our stories with Black faces, Nigerian English, local languages, Hausa, Yoruba in there, that they can travel the world. So the question then is, why did it travel the world? It's a story that is very hyper-local. It's very local, but it can connect because everyone around the world feels the same couple of emotions. They feel joy, they feel sadness, or they feel happiness, sadness, they feel grief, and they feel love as well. And these emotions are fundamental. It does not matter if the person is in China, in India, or in America. They all feel the same emotions. However, they're used to seeing content of a certain quality. And so if they can see the same quality that they see in their own stories, in Hollywood stories, in an African story, then they will watch those stories. And so this was actually the thought process behind us taking the risk of making the Black Book. But talking about the capital of it, if you conceive a thing to make it, it obviously is going to cost, if you want to make a picture that is directly targeting the international market, it's going to cost a bit more than what it would with the average film that you're outputting for local industry. The post-production process will be different. The production process will be different. The quality standard is going to be higher, a bit higher. And so those are the things I believe that you have to have in place before you set out to make whatever picture. For us at Afrofilm, we had been very insistent on making pictures and exporting them to the global stage. The thinking is that if we can do that successfully the first time, the second time, the third time, you actually can build a bridge between our local industry and the world. And Nigeria sorely at this moment needs FX. And if you can invest in Naira and at a very high quality and record successes globally, then we can build an industry that is, because the Nigerian industry can be set up to be a production market. Say the streamers are trying to increase the numbers in Nigeria, which is great. But with the economy the way it is, I think the ideal thing is to position Nigeria as an export market for a production market for export. Invest in Naira, exit in USD, invest in Naira, exit in foreign exchange. So this is the ideal situation. For us, this is the most of the money we raised for the Black Book was raised in Naira, and of course we exited the USD. So I think ultimately that we need more patient capital. Films can be a very strong vehicle to export culture, but also earn strong foreign exchange. We need to expand access to patient funding. I'm glad to see that since we announced the way we basically announced the way we funded the Black Book, the same vehicle has funded other films in the industry currently in production. But it took 4 years to make the film, the Black Book. So the funding has to be a bit more patient than most people are used to. If you are going to create for the globe, for the world, then you have to be patient enough to do stuff to the standards that people are used to. And that patience is what built the overnight success that we've seen with the Black Book. It's overnight success, but it was cooked over a 4-year period. We also need tax incentives ultimately for the market. At the moment, there's a lot of productions that go to South Africa and not Nigeria. And the reason for that is there's a tax break system that encourages producers to go to South Africa to make the films. And if we can have that in Nigeria, I think it would encourage more big productions to come to Nigeria. And the reason this is important is because I believe that, every industry benefits from tentpoles. And tentpoles invests money in the markets, and that money trains people, upskills people, and ensures that people are actually ready to do the big things, so that we will not be taking, like, if you have a big post-production project, I know 3 of the next big pictures out of Nigeria are post-produced outside of Nigeria. So that capital and tax incentives would actually allow first the building of like global standard post-production hubs in Nigeria, and also allow those skills to be transferred to Nigeria, so that you will not be taking big post-production projects out of Nigeria. So it's a long process. But we have to build the train tracks to build that. If we want to build $100 billion economy out of the creative industry, we have to also make the investments that allow us to do that. And that is, I think, my thesis for the industry for us at the moment. If there are any questions, I can take them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that's a good place to start. If we want to see a $100 billion economy, we have to build the train tracks that take us there, to that reimagined future. On that note, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, we can't take any questions because we have run out of time. But we'll lay these guys afterwards and give them your questions and comments, because I know we're Nigerians. There will be comments. Thank you all very much, and enjoy the rest of the session.
Please, speakers, stay on stage for your media picture. Thank you. Please stand on stage for your picture. If the media could please come and take the pictures. Thank you. Let's put our hands together one last time for our panelists, the future of business, revolutionizing Africa's core industries, with a focus on the creative sector. Let's put our hands together for our panelists as they leave the stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. How's everyone feeling? How's everyone feeling? I'm going to keep asking until I get responses. How's everyone feeling? Awesome. Good. All right. I think I really enjoyed that conversation. It started off quite dramatic. Joma dropped some stats about the ecosystem, of the creative ecosystem in different countries, and Nigeria's ecosystem. And to celebrate that, there were the glitters. So hopefully we will have more glitters as we drop fantastic stats, because the next session we'll be going into is a spicy conversation. Don't take my word for it. we will be talking about unlocking local capital to drive sustainable growth. It's always spicy when we talk about money. People have different perspectives. People say money is slow to enter. Money is quick to go. Shout out to Emma in the audience. But today we have three people who know all about talking about money because that is their work. They're responsible for either giving the money, making the money, and distributing the money. First, we have Dr. Adeyemi Oshindero. With over 2 decades of experience as an investor, operator, and advisor, he currently serves as the managing partner of Uhuru Investment Partners, a private equity fund focused on West Africa. He was formerly co-heading Africa Private Equity at Standard Chartered Private Equity, and he played a crucial role in overseeing investments across the continent, and he serves on multiple portfolio company boards. Please put your hands together for Dr. Adeyemi Oshindero. Next up, we have Chinedu Azodo. Chinedu is the co-founder and president of New Ventures at Max, a pioneering West African mobility startup that is backed by elite global investors and corporations such as Novastar Ventures, Techstars, Yamaha Motor Corporation, Goodwill Investments, and Breakthrough Energy Ventures. Chinedu is building technology and financial infrastructure for mass market mobility in Africa and eliminating developmental challenges by creating a proprietary driver licensing system. Thank you, Chinedu. Please. Dr. Adeyemi, you can come to your seat. Still on Chinedu, Chinedu is a multi-award winner. He's a recipient of the prestigious LIFA Self-Leadership Academy Scholarship, a $200,000 academic scholarship given to the first 4-year students at the Illinois Institute of Technology for exceptional leadership in the community and the classroom. In 2015, he was invited to the Plug and Play Startup Accelerator, but instead he decided to join Techstars New York, and we thank God for his life now. Chinedu is my guy, so I always take jabs at him. And finally, to lead the conversation, we have Eloho Omame. She's no stranger to the team here. Eloho is a leading Africa-focused technology VC investor, and she's making waves today as a partner at TLCom. She's also the co-founder of First Check Africa, an innovative female-led venture capital firm on the continent. Eloho's influence extends to advising and serving on boards of several early-stage companies in Africa. This isn't on our profile, but Eloho was the first CEO, I believe, of Endeavor Nigeria. So I think that is worth noting. At this point, I will leave you to the conversation. Please put your hands together for the panel once again. And just to note, after this session, we will be going on a coffee break. So those phone calls can wait for the next 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, great. Good morning, everyone. I feel very honored to have the privilege of moderating this conversation between two good friends of mine, Yemi on the one hand and Chinedu on the other. I said, we're talking about, the role of local capital and sustainable growth. And I said, this is one of those topics that, in particular also because we sit in between, where at the moment preventing you from going on a break, it's one of those topics that is potentially quite dense, but I think, really important and potentially really vibrant. And I've said to the both of them that they must indulge me by having a spicy conversation. So we'll see what they will do with that guidance. Before I turn it over to each of them and I'll ask them to introduce themselves, from my perspective, I guess I feel privileged to be able to moderate this discussion. I also think maybe I can challenge both of them a little bit by virtue of the fact that on the one hand, I allocate capital to high growth companies as a venture capitalist. On the other hand, I understand Endeavor, and you both are part of the Endeavor family as a mentor and an entrepreneur. So I think in Endeavor, when we talk about high growth companies, we mean something or high impact companies, we mean something very specific. And so today, I want us to stay in the realm of Endeavor. I want us to remember what a high-impact company is, or a high-impact entrepreneur is at Endeavor, and we can talk about all the reasons why that's valuable in an ecosystem. And then as we do that, also talk about the role of local capital, the role of international capital, etc. As entrepreneurs who want to build high-impact companies, think about the growth of their companies and the opportunities in Nigeria. A couple of stats before we get into the meat of the conversation. Some features from a capital perspective of our entrepreneurial ecosystem. The first is that $6.5 billion of venture capital, so of course that doesn't include other kinds of capital, came into the Africa tech ecosystem in 2023. So far this year, we're lagging 2023. I think that's a bit of a global phenomenon. But the point is about 30-40% of that capital since 1991, since 2001, generally comes into Nigeria. So Nigeria is a big draw for that capital, and I think we've talked about some of the reasons why. The other thing that is true, though, is that 60 to 80% of tech startups in Nigeria are US incorporated. So our entrepreneurs will go to Delaware and they'll incorporate their companies there. Another thing that is true is about 40% of capital into Africa comes from the United States. That doesn't include capital that comes from Europe, right? So a lot of it is the European capital comes through DFIs for the most part, and is allocated into funds like yours. And so somewhere between 40% and 100%, right? The amount of capital that comes into our entrepreneurial ecosystem from the US and Europe. Nigeria has a 20% inflation rate. And this year so far, we've seen a 40% or so currency devaluation. Those stats, as you both know, are also relevant when we think about local versus international capital. So Chinedu, I'll start with, first of all, tell us about Max's financing journey, right? You all started the company, you raised venture capital. You've also raised, I think, quite a meaningful amount of debt as you've gone. Yes. So talk to us about that journey, how you raised capital, where you raised it from, and why.
Okay, great. Can anybody hear me? Everybody hear me? All right, great. So we started out Max in 2015. And obviously the goal then was to solve a logistics problem. The average delivery time in the market at the time was 7 days. We were essentially guaranteeing delivery in under 3 hours anywhere in Lagos, right? That got us favors with the e-commerce companies. We could offer a new product line that they didn't have. And we leveraged that to go out and raise a seed round, right? So we did $1 million in 2016 March. In 2019, just after going live, we had gone live, I think, a year and a half before then with the Okada model. It was doing really well. We were having what they called the Okada wars at the time in Lagos between Max, Gokada, and Opay. And in 2019, we went out and raised, I think, $7.5 million.
Did you say 7.5?
7.5.
Okay.
So the seed round, we raised about $1 million. What was interesting about that was it was primarily American angels who'd run the round. We had, an investor who stayed a close friend of the team since, who led our run at a particular time.
And these were angels.
These were our angels. But we also had the exception of having, and the benefit, of course, of having a Nigerian fund that actually participates in the seed round, which was something we were looking for. At Series A, we did $7.5 million, was primarily global funds, right, led by Novastar out of East Africa. They're one of the biggest funds now investing in West Africa as well. And in 2022, we went out and raised $31.5 million as well, primarily led by Global Ventures and Lightrock out of Europe. Right?
Was that all equity or was some of that debt?
It's all equity. Right. On the debt side, we've raised debt through partners like Yamaha, where we did a deal with them in 2018 to be able to fund more vehicles. We've also done a great job of working with local banks and partners, so Union Bank, VFD especially has been a really good partner, FSDH, Access Bank. A few of these banks, we've worked together with them to raise and deploy local capital to fund. We found that for us as a business, financing in this market makes a lot more sense to use local capital to do, right? While the equity part of the business, you can then raise more global equity for. And the reason why that balance has worked is the different sources of capitals have different kinds of return expectations, have different kinds of risk factors, and they are more suited to different kinds of things within the business. So equity, we don't use equity to purchase vehicles in any way. That money sits more towards building out technology, hiring teams, investing in long-term strategic capex that isn't buying assets or buying vehicles, right? Because investors are not interested in that. While we leverage local debt and local funding to do a lot of the actual working capital required to drive the business day to day. I mean, today now we're in Nigeria, Ghana, Cameroon, and for all these other markets as well, we've been able to tap into global sources of debt, where we're then using those global sources of debt as collateral to raise local currency debt to be able to fund our financing and whatnot, right?
Global sources of debt.
Correct. So we have some debt that we raise globally, and we use that money as collateral with local banks and institutions to then raise local debt. Obviously, there's been some changes now around regulation, what you can do, what you cannot do. But we've essentially been able to find that balance between what does equity do in the business, what does debt do in the business, and we've been able to find a healthy way to continue to scale and grow the business. So today at Max, we raised about $60 million in just under $60 million in equity and about $30 million in debt. We expect that debt will continue to become a much larger part of the organization as we grow, primarily because we're just about to be profitable. Once you get to that particular point, it's not as advantageous to continue to draw down more on equity, but for what you have as a business, you have the foundation. It's just more scaling of the day-to-day operations. Debt plays a very good role in there, and we're able to find that balance.
Wonderful. So can I ask you, before I come to Yemi, a fairly direct question. So when you think about that 60 million equity, 30 million debt, are you comfortable with the proportion, or would you like to see more or less of the proportion of what comes from international pools and what comes from local pools?
So we're very realistic and very practical.
What does that mean?
If you're accessing local debts, you have to provide 100 to 120% guarantees for that. Realistically, you can't really scale up that kind of model as a financier. So a lot of the local debt sources are not properly positioned to support venture builders, right, and venture startups. So fundamentally, am I comfortable with the ratio? Of course not. I would much rather have a lot more debt and a lot less equity, because that's more allows you to pursue operational growth, right? But how do you balance incentives? Are the banks and the financial institutions actually incentivized or encouraged to fund opportunities like this, right? You hear things like, oh, your business is not profitable. It isn't profitable, but are the underlying fundamentals working, right? So you find that a lot of the assessment that's done locally by the banks and whatnot to make a decision to fund you, oftentimes doesn't work for the kind of companies that are coming out to raise this kind of capital, right? So the bank is not going to do a lot of unsecured lending to organizations like us, but what actually helps deliver the kind of growth that delivers the outcomes that are transformative is the unsecured lending. Because if my equity is encumbered, you're not just leveraging that equity then to do debt, but I'm also limited operationally in terms of what I can do because I only have so much runway available to me.
Wonderful.
Right? So the challenge really is, to your question, would we like to have a better split between like local
mix,
and international? Absolutely, right? But operationally, the reality is that the local funding guys just don't have the right setup.
Got it.
To support this kind of businesses.
Okay. So there's a tension fundamentally between your operational objectives and the growth that's available to you versus the capital that is available to you locally. All right. So Yemi, I'll come to you then. Very quickly, tell us first of all about Uhuru Capital, your investment strategy. I think there's a piece of it that's equity. There's a piece that is also debt potentially, but maybe not. So correct me if I'm wrong. But I think, in general, how you think about the kinds of companies you like to invest in. And then perhaps you can comment on this point that Chinedu has made, I think very, very well, which is the availability of local capital in your fund and I think perhaps in the ecosystem more generally.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can everyone hear me? Okay, thanks. So Uhuru Investment Partners is a private equity fund. So if you think of the funding ecosystem, you start with, angels, friends, family, fools, the 3 Fs, and then you move on to venture capital, like Eloho or TLCom, And then as businesses grow, they come into the private equity part of the ecosystem. So we're looking at more established, developed companies that are looking to expand. And what we have done at Uhuru is we've raised $181 million, and that is to invest across West Africa. So from Cameroon to Senegal, pretty much. We have offices in Lagos, in Accra, and Abidjan. And we're looking for high growth companies. So a common denominator, VC, private equity, is growth. You have to grow fast to outgrow all the challenges that we have in our markets. It's as simple as that. So high growth companies in consumer facing, financial services, and other sectors such as that. Of this 181 million we've raised, we've deployed already in, supermarket chain in Nigeria, insurance company in Ghana, into mattress manufacturer, so old school type businesses, if you will. I think in Mr. Balogun's intro today, he mentioned real life businesses, so I think that's what those would be. But in all of them, we are introducing elements of technology to make things more efficient. And that's where the two meet, really, in terms of VC and tech. Of this $181 million that we've raised, $5 million of it is domestic. And that's from the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority, NSIA. All the rest of it is foreign capital. And so when we say, how do we unlock local capital to drive sustainable development, the bottom line is we're not today. We're not using local capital. And that needs to change. It will change. It's inevitable. In Nigeria, the biggest pool of institutional capital are the pension funds. And again, Mr. Balogun is the master of this. I think he has accessed them more than any other organization I can think of. They currently have 17 trillion naira assets under management. So let's just say $17 billion using the official rate. And of that, they have committed 37 billion naira to private equity, which is 0.2%. So it's not happening today. In terms of equity, so the equity side of the balance sheet, they are doing debt. So they're doing fixed income to governments effectively and to corporates effectively within the market. And they're the biggest contributors to the debt markets. In every area that you look at, in Asia, in Latin America, obviously in Europe and in the US, you will see a much higher contribution from the pension funds to private equity and to venture capital. In preparation for this, I looked at the Africa Venture Capital Association data in terms of how many PFAs in Nigeria have contributed to venture capital. Of the 18, one of them is currently doing private equity. So the gap is immense, and we need to unlock this. And I think we'll talk about how we do that in a bit.
Wonderful, thank you. So let me ask you again a very direct question. So when you say 180 million or 181 million fund size, 5 million from, I'm not sure if you said it was a family office, but 5 million locally from the Sovereign Wealth Fund. What is the reason for that? Did you not try hard enough?
We did say spicy conversation, right? So I don't know how many PFAs are here. But look, I think there's a lot of education that needs to happen in the space. And that education has been ongoing, but we need a lot more of it. Because the PFAs are coming from a world where they do bonds, they do fixed income. And that means every quarter you're getting your coupon. It's a fixed amount. There is something happening. Whereas private equity and venture capital, you're locking the money up for 10 years. And you may get something within the 10 years if there's an exit. So again, going back to Bolaji Balogun's presentation this morning, the biggest reason why they're not doing more is we don't have enough exits. if you had exits, they would see they would get it, they would get the story. And without the success stories to point to, without the sort of work that Endeavor is doing to show that, this snowball gets bigger, they won't do it. I mean, if you go to any pension fund in America, they've put money in Stripe, Google, Amazon, Uber, and they've 1,000x their money. No pressure on all the tech companies out there, but that's what they've seen in the US. And no one will have to tell them you must do VC or private equity. They are begging for allocation to private equity or VC. Whereas here, we're still early days. We're maybe not day one, we're day 3 of investing in VC and PE. And we need to show the success stories, and that's what will bring more people in.
So many more success stories from Endeavor entrepreneurs like yourselves. We look forward to it. So, okay, let me change tacks a little bit. Still in this world of local versus international, which I always struggle with because I don't quite know what that means. But I guess locally based versus, I guess, offshore based in some way or offshore focused. I want to just sort of, the capital itself we've talked about and how the capital is being allocated. But I want to talk about from the entrepreneur's perspective and from the allocator's perspective. I have my views. I'll keep them to myself. I'm just facilitating your conversation. But how do you, Chinedu, think about, forget the question of equity versus debt for now, but more sort of, the role of these two different kinds of investors in your journey, right? We've established that the pools of capital look different. There's a lot more capital available internationally, etc. But as you think about who do I want to partner with me on this journey, as capital allocators, we often talk about our strengths and the value that we bring, etc. But for you as an entrepreneur who has these big aspirations to build a high-impact company, how do you sort of think about some of these dynamics?
Okay. That's a fantastic question. So if you look at our journey so far, and you look at the kind of funds we've chosen to work with, right? So the last round, for example, we were fortunate to bring on folks like Global Ventures, Lightrock. The round before that, we were able to bring in folks like Novastar, MasterCard, and so on and so forth. What we found is money isn't money. So there's a difference between the money that comes from different people, right? For where Max is at, and I think most people don't necessarily know what Max actually does today, so I'm going to take a second to talk about that, right? So we started out originally as a logistics company in 2015, but today we've become the largest vehicle subscription partner in West Africa. And we have about 25,000 drivers across our vehicles across 3 markets, Nigeria, Ghana, and Cameroon. And we actually enable them pay a daily subscription fee to access the vehicle, health insurance, licensing, everything else. Think about all the things required to ensure a driver is successful. We do all that stuff so that all the driver does when they come to us is they pick up a vehicle and they work, right? On average, the subscription the drivers pay is less than 30% of what they make on a daily basis. As a business, we're on track to deliver about $40 million in ARR this year, right?
$40 million.
$40 million in ARR this year.
Very nice.
And we are $350K in the red, right? So by Q1 next year, we're 100% profitable, and it's smooth sailing from there. I mean,
I think that's phenomenal.
Thank you, right? So we've been able to build to this particular point. Now the challenge is when you think about what are the roles of the different investors, unfortunately, I would say that we found our experience has been that the global investors tend to add a lot more value than the local investors we've seen in the market. Oftentimes,
that's
because
Yemi and I, by the way, so I'm going to get you to respond on our behalf.
And oftentimes, there's a sense of familiarity that local investors have about these businesses that leads to a lot of undervalue and underestimation, right?
Okay.
It plays out in so many different ways. So a lot of times you have founders who are just like, I don't want to deal with your nonsense. I'm just going to go with this guy who I know will treat me respectfully, will work with me, recognizes that I might be a small boy, but there's value to be created here, and we're going to get that done over the next level, right? So there's obviously that particular piece. I do think that the local investors are much better positioned to take advantage of the opportunities that exist here, right? If obviously there's a lot of that has happened, that has changed and improved, but there's a lot more room as well to continue to drive that growth, right? Because you look at, with the exception of like a few funds like you guys who are doing like really large deals, what you find is that the large deals in this market are led by global funds, not by some of the local guys, right? And it doesn't do a service to the local funds because the funds are then not able to build on some of these kinds of successes, the storytelling. And you know, when you think about Africa to the world, right? Africa to the world is a mission that should be championed locally. What you find is entrepreneurs are championing that, and they're finding investors that will back them, right, at the global scale. So the question is, you know, what for me as I think about this is what is missing that the global guys bring to the table that a lot of the local guys don't bring to the table. One of the things that folks talk about all the time is valuation. How do you align on valuation, right? You talk about in the time that there's a crisis, right, what kind of support are funds bringing to the table? We've seen a few unfortunate scenarios over the last year and a half. Even if you go all the way back to 2020, regulation change, stuff like that, there's a lot of inconsistency that can happen. And you find that the local funds talk a lot about, you should have me on your cap table because I can do A, B, C, D, E. But when it's actually time to do A, B, C, D, E, they tell you, don't worry, we are going to, let's manage it, right? And so the challenge is, an expectation is created, but the actions that deliver on that expectation are never actually delivered.
Okay.
So there's that massive gap there, right? But I mean, for me, as a Nigerian building a business in Nigeria and across Africa, I always obviously want to work more with local funds than with global funds. But as the business grows, you kind of have to adapt to what makes sense for that particular business at that particular stage, right? But I'm excited about what the future looks like because we see a lot more local funds coming up. You see a lot more entrepreneurs who are local, who are now investing and writing checks in startups. And you have funds now like that have come up like that target, like First Check, that target early stage companies backing them. You have folks like Ingressive who are doing amazing work in the market as well. Not to name check, but the point is that there are a lot of companies who are today stepping up and backing. And we're excited to see how these funds grow from where they are to becoming monstrously large funds, because that only means more positive things for the market that we operate in.
Okay, I'm going to give Yemi a right of reply on our behalf. And I will frame Yemi's right of reply. I'm not supporting him, but I will frame Yemi's right of reply by saying a couple of things, right? We've just come off a peak, right, in venture funding in Africa. We've then seen, you know, as some of us were warning at the time, that a couple of things are happening, right? Valuations are under pressure, down rounds, all of those things are happening. There's also questions around one or two situations where, as local funds, we get to hold up our hands and say, well, look at who led the round. There were no local funds in those rounds. And those are mistakes that if people knew the market, they would not have made, right? So that is also true, right? Not to take away from your experience. So Yemi, from your perspective, when you think about the role of local funders, you know, who know the market, et cetera, versus international global funders in the journey of a high growth company, how do you think about it?
So, in defense of the local investor, I must protest vehemently, Chinedu. I think we cannot have a sustainable ecosystem with sustainable growth without the local investors.
Okay.
Because where the businesses succeed, and you're already succeeding, I'm very delighted to hear about your progress, that success is going to international investors who will share stories with their friends in Silicon Valley and in, you know, Vail and other such lovely places about some wonderful investment they did in Africa and that made them a lot of money.
That was a loop blue.
sorry, no offense. We need to have local people sharing those stories in Ikoyi, VI, in Accra, in Abidjan, spreading the tale of tech, of startups, that, yeah, you did this. And I mean, I know the Flutterwave, the excitement that came from that, Paystack, the excitement that came from that, Team App, we've got a few of them in Endeavor businesses as well. We need more of those, and we need local people telling the story, because it is, and also in a crisis, so like Eloha was talking about, when the funding winter occurred in Silicon Valley, the first thing that gets cut is Africa. I mean, you're sitting there in the US and you're telling your investment committee about a deal in Africa? No, we're not doing that. Finish.
Let's focus on our core.
Let's focus on our core. That's just the reality. So we need people who will say, I have to think about Africa, whether it's winter or whether it's summer, and can press the button. So we must keep building this ecosystem.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you both. We're at time. I can see Lele has been trying to catch my attention, but I wanted Yemi to have his right of reply. So thank you very much for your attention. It's been a pleasure to be here.
Thank you. Let's take a picture, please, panelists. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but we have to keep going. Can we please get the media team to come and take pictures of this wonderful panel? Unlocking local capital to drive sustainable growth. So now is actually the time for a tea break. If you look behind you, there's a wall that you can actually go and have a tea break, some coffee, tea, juice. But please be back in the next 15 minutes. We'll start the next panel session at 12:32 p.m. Thank you.
guys on the other side couldn't see.
far?
Yeah, so maybe they should use this platform. Yeah, because you're sitting at that corner, so when I went to the other side, I see this chair.
I hope that you've all been enjoying your tea break. If you could please make your way back to your seats, you can bring your drinks and your food with you. We're about to commence. Thank you. Yeah. Navigating the Nigerian entrepreneur. Let them stop. ministry. How my ministry? But please, let's go back in time. Good to see you. Hi, everyone. Very excited. Just hold me. Please, can you go back? You can take your stuff. You can go and do your stuff. Back inside whenever you're ready, please. Go back to your seats. We're about to get started. No. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back. Thank you. Tell them they can bring their food. Yeah, that's what I've been saying. Ladies and gentlemen, I would really appreciate it if everybody could please come back and take a seat so we can go on with the event. We recognize that networking is fun, but we can do this after the event as well. So please, please, please make your way back to the seats. We're about to commence. Thank you. I am begging you guys to please sit down. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get started. Thank you very much. Fola, let's go on stage and bring people back, because otherwise we're not going to start. Yeah, they're gonna play the video now. I just want to get her. Let's just maybe ask them how their break was. Banter a bit and then go. Pardon? Yeah. Alright, this is her. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's pretty obvious that you're really enjoying your tea break. We love that, but we need you to please come back to the audience so that we can commence and continue and end on time.
You know, I always enjoy tea breaks at events like this.
Why do you enjoy them?
Well, for the tea, obviously. For the actual tea. You know, it's an opportunity to catch up on people that you haven't seen in a long time.
Yeah.
But people, we will actually need you back in the hall. So I'm speaking specifically to everybody at the back so we can get started. We're over time and we've committed to getting you out of here on schedule.
Yes.
Plus or minus a few minutes.
But don't get us wrong. We love the fact that you're enjoying your time, your tea break, but we do need to get started. Next up,
yes,
we have a video by the co-founder and CEO of Endeavor, Linda Rottenberg. She leads Endeavor, which is a global community for high-impact entrepreneurs. Endeavor's entrepreneur-first approach identifies, supports, and co-invests in innovative scale-ups across emerging and underserved markets. With 40 offices worldwide, Endeavor has significant impact in Latin America, Southeast Asia, Africa, Europe, and the Middle East. and as well as the underserved regions of the US and Canada. As the president of the Endeavor Catalyst Fund, Linda oversees over 500 million rule-based fund that has invested in 230 plus companies since its launch in 2012. We're about to listen to a video from Linda Rottenberg, co-founder and CEO of Endeavor. Thank you.
And while that is playing, can we have the video up, please? Do we have it set up?
I think we don't have to set up.
I'd like to add that beyond her role at Endeavor, Linda also serves on the boards of Globant, a $12+ billion software leader, and Olo, the top SaaS-based food ordering platform. She is a YPO member. She's also on the Council of Foreign Relations at the World Economic Forum and the Yale's President Councils on International Activities. And finally, she's a Harvard Law and Yale Law School graduate. She lives in Brooklyn, and she's the wife of an author, Bruce Feller, and they have twin daughters. I have twin daughters too, so that's...
Yes, you do.
Well, I have
Twins
triplets.
or triplets? You have
triplets and twin daughters in the triplet mix. So that's something that stood out in our profile. Any other twin or triplet parent in the audience? You have twin?
We have quite a few, actually.
Oh, you're a twin.
Okay.
And is there a triplet in the audience? I'm about to lose my mind. Take you straight to my kids.
We have a few actually at the back as
Triplets?
well. Yeah, triplets.
You're a triplet. Oh, you have triplets.
Wow.
Are you me? Is me you? All right, do we have Linda's video up yet?
Before that happens, maybe we should run through some of the companies that Endeavor
Yes.
invests in Nigeria.
Absolutely.
Companies that we're all very, very familiar with, such as Flutterwave, Paga, Omni Retail, AutoCheck Africa, Film House and Film One, Zone, Carbon, Daystar Power, Migo, Vendees, MoneyPoint, Helium Health, Trade Depot, Max, Field Intelligence, PiggyVest. That's it, actually. 16 companies.
Yeah, it's an amazing roll call of the who's who in the Nigerian tech ecosystem. I actually have a personal Endeavor story. So for the longest time, I wanted to, be an Endeavor founder. I'm not a founder, but I wanted to be in the mix. And so every time I would hang around, first Eloho, then Tosin, and now Iriayo, I would just start talking about how I endeavor to do my best, how I endeavor to focus on the fundamentals, how I endeavor. And they'll be like, we get it, but first you need to endeavor to build a fantastic business first. So, enough about me and my stories. I think we have Linda up now. Please put your hands together for Linda.
We love your stories, Fola. Thank you.
Coming to Lagos sometime mid-next year, so I hope to meet many of you in person. It has been such an extraordinary journey these last 5 years of Endeavor Nigeria. When we started in 2018, there was maybe $300 million going into all of venture capital in Nigeria, but it felt like a lot less. And today, or last year, it was $1.2 billion, seeding the future generation of entrepreneurs. But we really know the ecosystem is really just getting going. And Endeavor works in 42 markets across the world. Nigeria has already established itself as a leader in fintech. When you have so many companies, including several Endeavor companies from Flutterwave to MoneyPoint to Paga and others, and in the network you have Paystack and so many others that are building these next generation of financial inclusion along with fintech. You have, so many health tech companies that are coming out in digital transformation. Oh, you have PiggyVest, which is now helping millennials and the next generation. I could go on and on with the number of exciting stories we're seeing emerge from Nigeria. But I really think that the next decade is going to be where the momentum really starts to build. When we look at countries like Brazil and Argentina and Turkey, where Endeavor has been for over now 2 decades, it's really that second wave, right? When you have people who've been trained at the early companies, right? We call these the mafias, like the PayPal mafia, right? So in the Middle East and Africa, we already have the Kareem mafia, but now we're going to start to have these mafias coming from the early generation of successful tech startups. And the path to success gets faster and faster. The number of investors, including our own former MDs, Aloho and Tosin, who've joined the VC networks there. We're just so excited for where Nigeria is going and the impact that so many of you are going to have, not just on the Nigerian economy, but on the Pan-African economy. We think this is one of the most exciting places in the world to watch, and we know that Nigerian entrepreneurs are going to be at the forefront. We are so grateful to our incredible board. First of all, let me congratulate Balaji on taking over the reins from Atedo and becoming the chairman of Endeavor Nigeria. I'm thrilled that we have 2 Endeavor entrepreneurs who've just joined the board, GB of Flutterwave and Christian of Daystar Power. We are so happy to have Iriayo and the incredible team here. Also in our One Endeavor spirit, 2 of our former rock stars at Endeavor, Lei is now in Saudi Arabia working for Endeavor, and Mide is now in Portugal working for Endeavor. So you really can't leave us. All of you are stuck, and we couldn't be prouder or more excited. And I'll end with talking about the importance of paying it forward. All of you are building extraordinary companies, we know, and Endeavor and others are there to help you scale and help you expand and help you, grow your talent and your market share and your dreams. And in return, what we hope and expect is that you will become force multipliers and that you will mentor and train and invest in the next generation. That's really how ecosystems are built. And I think what we're seeing is this first wave of Nigerian tech-enabled companies are so strong, and yet the strength we'll see in the next decade, right? So for all of you, mentor someone, invest in someone, train that next generation. And Endeavor will be there to support your journeys. Can't wait to collaborate and partner with so many of you, including the VCs and thought leaders and business leaders in the audience. And as I said, I can't wait to be in Lagos myself with you next year. Enjoy the rest of the conference and see you soon.
Careful. Thank you very much, Linda. I hope you can still hear us for what was a very sweet and short remark. Very, very impressed with the work Endeavor has been doing and continues to do. At this point, I'd like to invite our next speaker, who's going to be talking to us on turning adversity into opportunity. So this is really the theme of today's conversation. How do we, regardless of the world we find ourselves in, how do we take the best of what we have and how do we turn it into opportunity? The session will be taken by Mayowa Kuyoro. Mayowa is a partner at McKinsey's Lagos office, leading McKinsey's Eastern Europe, Middle East, and Africa payments and fintech practice. She's also a co-leader of McKinsey's Women Initiative in Africa. Mayowa holds a MEng, first-class honors in mechanical and manufacturing engineering from the University of Warwick, and an MBA from the Harvard Business School. With extensive experience working across Africa and beyond, she collaborates with government leaders, social sector organizations, and the private sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Mayowa Kuyoro as she comes on stage.
1 second. Okay, good. I'm on. Good afternoon, everyone. Hello? Wonderful. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Paula, for that wonderful introduction. I'm just going to spend a couple of minutes sharing with you some insights from our report on Africa's economic outlook. Every 5 years or so, McKinsey does research looking at what's happening in Africa, and Nigeria being a big part of that. And we publish it sort of every 5 years or so. This particular report took us 2 years to work on. You guys might be familiar with some of the other reports. They were called Lions on the Move. And a big debate, actually, as to this particular report was, what is this report going to be called? Because I was tired of people asking, where are the lions? Are they ever going to move? What's going on? So we spent quite a bit of debate talking about the title of the report. But the report is called Africa's Economic Outlook, Reimagining Africa, Turning Diversity into Opportunities. And a central theme of it was really around the fact that when you look at Africa, I know we're all here, we're all mostly Africans, we know that it is not one country and there's not one sort of African story. And we really wanted to sort of build up the vision and build up the story of what's happening in Africa. But also, more importantly, you can look at the glass half empty, or you can look at it half full, and talk about the half full version of what's happening on the continent. Hopefully with that, my presentation is up. I'm a consultant, guys. I'm really sorry I have to do pages, but I try to make it interactive, so we have a few polls to go through. So let me know, just give me a thumbs up. No? If my presentation is up. Well, I'll start anyway, because I know we're pressed for time. We looked at Africa's economic performance over a 30-year period of time. A lot of people look at it over 10 years, 5 years, but we looked at it over 30 years. I really wanted to understand what happened to Africa rising, quote unquote. And what we saw, give us 1 second, guys. There you go. What we saw was that Africa only had a rising middle decade, which was 2000 to 2010. During that rising middle decade, we saw growth in Africa at around 5%. In the previous decade, between 1990 and 2000, growth was less than 2.7%. And I'm saying these numbers because if you put it in the context of a continent that's growing at an average of 2.3% in terms of population, those numbers really are quite dire. We then looked at 2010 to 2020 and said, what is happening there? And we saw growth slow down, and which is what a lot of us have experienced, from 5.1% to 3.3%. And we asked ourselves, why? We then decomposed this growth into two components. One is employment, and two is productivity, right? And think about productivity as the ability to do the same things better, right? Are we doing things better? Are we learning with time? Are we taking advantage of technology? And so on and so forth. And what we saw was that between, well, fantastic, my slides are here. Between 1990 and 2000, productivity only accounted for 10% of the growth on the continent. In our rising middle decade, we saw that sort of shifted to about 42%. So we were doing things a little bit better. And over the last 10 years, we stopped at 2019 to extract the effect of COVID, but you can see that we've gone back to population driving the continent. So that's the overall picture. Now I have a poll for you. So can you guys help me put up the poll QR code? Okay. So growth over the continent has averaged around 4.2%, right? What percentage of the African population lives in countries that have grown above average over that period of time? So my tech friends at the back, I'm not quite sure how this is going to work, but they assured me that it's going to work. Can you put up 1 minute? Should we do this school style? How many people believe it's A? Raise up your hand. Hey, 20%, okay. We have, how many people believe it's between 20 and 40%? Okay. About 2/4 of, how many people believe between 40 and 60%? We don't have a lot of optimists here. And how many people believe it's over 60%? Nobody. Well, the answer is about half of the population of Africa has grown above average over the last 20 years. So we start with our doom and gloom picture, but half of Africans living today are in countries that are growing above average. So sorry again, let me apologize for my awful McKinsey slides. Let me explain to you what this is. This is essentially the growth of all the African countries. We have data for about 48, 49 of them over the last 2 decades. And essentially the ones on the right-hand side are countries that have grown consistently above average over 20 years. In that cluster, you have Ethiopia, you have sort of East Africa and West Africa. On the left-hand side, those are countries that, despite what countries like Nigeria were doing, were actually accelerated between the last 2 decades. So you have, again, smaller West African countries. I think what is important, and then below the line are countries that are sort of growing below average. What is important to note, however, is that these countries, the ones that are growing fast, are smaller economies. So the Nigerias, the South Africas, the Egypts have a disproportionate effect on the growth of Africa. So we did a thought experiment and said, what would happen, or what would have happened if Nigeria and everybody else, if Africa grew the way it was supposed to grow, or grew the same way, actually, that it grew in our golden decade. And you see that nearly 65% of the decline in Africa came from Nigeria, came from South Africa, and came from Egypt. In Nigeria, a very, very interesting fact is that it's not the oil and gas sector, because everyone says, oh, it's commodity prices. It's actually, a lot of it was driven by a slowdown in our services sector. When you look at how fast we grew over the 2 decades in period, our services were growing at around 12%. In our last decade, we grew at 3%. So when I'm looking at you guys, I'm looking at the disproportionate effect that you're going to have on the Nigerian and African economy. Let me skip to my next poll. By 2035, Africa will be home to the largest working age population. And I see a few people who have seen this page before. So if you know, just put your hand down. How many people in Africa, how many people will Africa contribute to the global workforce by 2050? So how many people believe it's 200 million? Raise your hand. No? Okay. How many people believe it's between 200 and 400 million? Okay, there's a nice cluster. How many people believe it's between 400 and 600 million? Okay, okay. How many people believe it's between 600 and 800 million? Okay. The answer is 800 million. We're going to add around 800 million to the workforce. Again, this is interesting, right? But in and of itself, the question is, what are we going to do with all these young people that are going to be coming into the workforce, right? And this is also in the context where China is declining in population. We all know what's happening with Europe and Americas, which are relatively flat. So again, as I look here, I look at the future employers of Africa's labor, right? And we need to figure out what we're going to do with them. I think, I always say this, I think people could potentially be Africa's largest export over the next 20 years. And COVID has taught us, and you all know, I'm preaching to the choir here, that you don't necessarily need to leave the shores of the continent to be able to export the talent. So this is an important thing to think about. Final poll, I think. How many billion-dollar companies exist? So billion-dollar in revenue, not valuation. How many billion-dollar companies exist in Africa today? How many people think it's less than 50? Okay. I see we have the pessimism continues. How many people believe it's between 50 and 150? Okay. Maybe like 2/3 of the room. 151 to 300. Okay. 301 to 400. Anyone think we're over 400? No. The answer is around 350. So we did a very granular exercise. Wait, I should say this is pre-devaluation. So some of these companies will have fallen off by the time we look at it again. But this is pre-devaluation. And we found around $350 billion companies. And the reason I always do this exercise is the way you look at Africa is very, very different. When you're with investors, people say 10, 20. If you know you have $350 billion companies, 350 companies that are making $1 billion in revenue in Africa, that gives you a lot of sort of hope for what we have in the future. You can see a map of where they are concentrated. There's a disproportionate concentration of those companies in South Africa. So they account for about 147. But we have around 23, again, pre-devaluation caveat, in Nigeria, 33 in Egypt. So again, as I think about the continent, I think about how we can drive opportunities. The question is, how do we create more billion-dollar companies in Nigeria, for example, if South Africa has 147? Okay? And then one final piece. I know you're going to be talking later about multinationals and companies that go across borders. What proportion do you think are global multinationals in Africa today? Less than 25%? 25 to 35%? Okay. 36 to 45%? Okay. Evenly split, 46 to 55%? 55%? About a third. So the answer is about a third of African business champions are multinational companies. And when I speak to multinationals, I always tell them this. If you look in other regions, you don't have as many multinationals making up the billion-dollar business champions. But in Africa, you have a disproportionate role of your multinationals in this space. And so the question or the challenge again to throw is how do you make sure don't see Africa as merely your outpost or that subsidiary, but how do you make sure you're doing good while you're on the continent? So those are just a few snippets. I'm going to leave with some quick recommendations. When I show this, if I show this to a group of Africans, they always tell me, why don't you have ease of doing business? Why don't you have government this and government that? And we say, look, all of these are well and good. We all know them, right? But we are seeing people thrive despite some of what's happening in our economies. So we wanted to put a set of very practical recommendations. The first one is, I didn't dwell a lot on it, but we need to start talking about productivity on the continent. We need to start talking about productivity in Nigeria, right? My favorite example for this actually is I always ask the question, why do you need almost 4 or 5 people to touch your passport whenever you're in the airport, right? How do we digitize and make sure that we're doing things more productively? The second one is digital technology. I am so passionate about the role that digital has to play in helping us find solutions to our homegrown problems. So homegrown solutions to homegrown problems. And we're already seeing that a lot of you in this room are working on it. Thirdly, talent. Not only for Africa, but also for the rest of the world. The future talent for the world is going to come from Africa if we harness those 800 million people in the right direction and make sure that we're capacitating them properly. And perhaps the other one I will talk about, because I am out of time, also just this idea of sustainability, green business building. A lot of people think about that in a very abstract fashion, and when people are talking about it in Africa, it's woe is us. But there are ample opportunities, and we're seeing, again, technology helping us think through opportunities within green business building. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure being here. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Maiwa, for that wonderful keynote speech. We're very excited for the next fireside chat that's coming up next. The topic is focused on building financial resilience, profitability for startups. So please allow me to welcome Yewande Adewusi, Yewande, if you could please make your way to the stage. Yewande Adewusi is the former Group Executive Director, Commercial at Tangerine Africa. I'm sorry, she's the former Group Executive Director, Commercial at Tangerine Africa, and played a very pivotal role in growing commercial opportunities and shaping the company's strategy. She oversaw sales, partnerships, marketing, and customer experience, and she'll be moderating the fireside chat today. Yewande, please make your way to the stage and let's put our hands together for her. Joining her on stage will be Odun Eweniyi, who is the co-founder and chief operations officer at PiggyVest, Nigeria's largest digital savings and micro-investment platform. She has 8 years of experience in business analysis and operations, and she's an award-winning fintech entrepreneur promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion in the fintech and technology sectors. Let's put our hands together for Odun Eweniyi, co-founder and CEO of PiggyVest.
So, is my mic on? Can you guys hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so happy to be here. All protocols earlier established continue. So happy to have this conversation with you, Odun, because it's the real issues about building financial resilience and profitability for startups, especially in these hard times that we're seeing at the moment. So just want to delve deep with you in terms of the modeling, what you should be thinking of, the technology investments, how to just build a sustainable business, which PiggyVest has done. I don't want to go and sing, I was going to sing your praises from first launching 7th of January 2016 as a savings-only internet bank to paying, now today, let me just jump to 2002, paying over $400 billion to their customers since inception. So
1.2 trillion.
1.2 trillion. Ooh, she just corrected me. It's 1.2 trillion, ladies and gentlemen, today. So they definitely showed the step-by-step growth. So we're going to walk through that, right? Yes. So I'm going to first define what financial resilience refers to, right, in my head. It's the capacity of startups to anticipate, plan for, respond to, and adapt to gradual changes and abrupt changes in the market. So being that Africa is a very unique market, I want you to just walk us through in terms of how do Africa's unique market dynamics impact the financial resilience of startups?
Hi, everyone. It's super nice to be here. Thank you for having me. I think that the answer would be very much so, right? Africa is an interesting market. It's not monolithic, so you can speak about Nigeria and its unique challenges in the same way you can speak about Kenya and its unique challenges, and you can go to South Africa and you'll still find some, and Egypt and you still find some. But I think what all of the startups that operate in those markets sustainably have in common is making their dollar or whatever currency stretch more than the average startup, right? We are home to a lot of shocks and just sudden occurrences, as it were. And that means that more so than entrepreneurs in the West, African entrepreneurs have to kind of be more adaptable, more nimble, and significantly more frugal than our counterparts in the West.
So speaking of frugality, what would you say are the specific challenges that the startups are also facing in terms of fundraising? Because you've now got this frugal situation. Where'd you get the money from in the first place, and now you're trying to raise?
I mean, first of all is the fact that we are all kind of operating in this emerging market. And there is a lot of capital that's coming to the African market today, but there's still so much more that we need. And that means that there's something that startup founders call the Africa discount, right? Where your valuation compared to your counterparts in the West is significantly lower because of the market that you operate in. Honestly, today I wouldn't blame people for the Africa discount, but 2 years ago, maybe I'd be a little salty. And what that means is we have a lot more difficulty getting money into the ecosystem. We have a lot more difficulty getting funds into startups that need it, and we often have to show
And this is not a bad thing, honestly. I now sit on two sides as an investor as well. So I'm very wary of saying we have to show more traction than our counterparts in the West when it's time for fundraising. What that means, though, is that for the average African startup that's still operating today, it means that you are focused on your unit economics. That's never a bad thing. We do have to do it a little more than others, and we do have to bootstrap a little longer than other people would have to, but eventually what you're building is sustainability into your company. If you look at, for instance, the class of startups from 2013 to 2016, there is no other example, like in Africa or in Nigeria, that models it more perfect than them. Paystack, Flutterwave, all of those class of companies are companies that started at a time when the focus was on the numbers. Before the boom of fundraising into Nigeria, we actually had to, seed raises then were like $1 million was a good thing. It was a big deal. It was record breaking, and that meant that to even get to that $1 million, your numbers had to be almost unimpeachable, right? Unit economics solid, traction solid, projections on point, and conservative. And so that meant that like those founders, those people were focused on the fundamentals. We are seeing today, like we're all moving back to that, but in the past 2-3 years, we moved away from that a little. And so resilience, not so much.
Not so much. But we've got startups in the house today. So in terms of the funding options available to African startups, what are the options available in this market right now and just generally speaking?
So because of all of our interest in venture capital and tech, there's that narrow focus of thinking that venture is the only kind of funding that you can raise. But I think that the panel that Eloho just moderated did a lot to talk about private equity. Which is not for early stage startup, but it exists, right? Some companies bootstrap. There's a story of, is it MailChimp that has never raised funding? There is raising your first pre-seed seed round and then just locking up and continue to grow. There is so many avenues for funding that startups can explore. But there's also the fact that you need to figure out if your company is actually venture backable before trying to raise venture funds. Over the past 2.5 years, I've kind of been privileged to look under the hood of very, very early stage companies, and that distinction is not very clear to most people when they're starting out. You could be running a tech company, or you could not be. But if you model it as a venture company, you have venture expectations placed on you, and then you have to deliver venture returns, and it's that vicious cycle that a lot of us are stuck in. There is that beginning part where you try to understand what kind of funding that you need. What kind of model is your company going to run? Are you going to return venture returns, or is this a lifestyle business, which is not a bad thing at all? Is this a private equity, backable business? We kind of have to do a little more education of that when people are starting to run these companies. And I think the accelerator programs are starting to focus on that a little more now. Again, going back to the class of 2013 to 2016, we had the opportunity of attending the Village Capital FinTech Accelerator. And this was one of the topics covered there, investor readiness. Right, first of all, what model are you running? Who are your users? How is this going to sustain? What are your unit economics, right? How do you segment the people that you're targeting? And finally, what kind of money do you need and why?
Exactly. Yeah. I think as well, I was in a recent judging a panel in an accelerator, and a couple of the businesses, I was like, they have no business looking at venture capital. They need debt. Simple. Give them debt and they'll grow their business. So I hope a lot of the startups know that it's not just about chasing VCs. There's a lot of different capital options out there. So let's talk about economic challenges, and we want some storytelling from you. So we know that the market has economic uncertainties, and you need to build resilience in the face of that. Can you share a story of when PiggyVest or any of the firms you work with has had to weather an economic downturn, and what lessons would you share with the audience today?
First of all, I think we're kind of still weathering an economic downturn. But honestly, I think that the journey that we've been on for the past 7.5 years is one that's just littered with stories like that. When we're talking to founders, me and my co-founders, the only advice that we have is to be prepared for everything that can go wrong going wrong. Right? And one story that I'll never forget is, there's virtual account numbers, right? Now every fintech has a virtual account number tied to their wallet, and you can just transfer, and it's just that easy. But in 2020, 2021, when the only virtual account numbers in the market were just from Providus Bank, And we all kind of relied on it. And we woke up one Sunday morning, and all of the virtual accounts from Providus had been disabled, all of them. And this is not even economic. It's just like you can't predict this. And so we woke up, all the account numbers were not working. People had transferred money, and their money was just kind of stuck in the air. And we have millions of users on the platform, and that meant that there was a lot of noise on the internet, right? Virtual account not working, failing. I can't find my money. PiggyVest, where is my money? And we know, like, because we're such a social media conscious company, we knew we had only a few hours to fix it before your reputation, one that you've so painstakingly built over years, just tanks. And so, and this is where partnership, I suppose, comes in. It's part of resilience, working with the right people. We got on the phone with one of our partners turned investor, and we called him like, hey, we have a problem. The virtual account numbers are not working, and there is projected X amount of money now stuck, and people are still transferring because not everyone knows that this is down. And he put us on the phone with the payment processor, and within an hour, we were able to replace everyone's Providus virtual account numbers with another bank's. And that's how we avoided that. And, you know, it was a Sunday morning. Most people weren't working, but everybody in the company had to wake up because it was an actual crisis, existential one to your company. For an early stage startup, ours, especially one whose reputation is so social, B2C, retail, ours is all you have to kind of adapt and move very quickly. Another one is the ban on cryptocurrency, which we're not a crypto company, but 4 days before that ban, we had actually integrated Beats crypto into PiggyVest, and people had started buying 100 Naira worth of Bitcoin and 50 Naira worth of Bitcoin, and we woke up to that regulation that cryptocurrency could not interact with the banking system anymore. And that meant that we had to remove and settle within 24 hours. So it's things like that, right? And then there's the current one that we're in. We're a Nigerian company. We operate currently only in the Nigerian market. That means our revenues are largely in Naira. And we watched, despite doing nothing and just growing, a lot of our numbers depreciate by 30% just because of the dollar exchange rate. And so you have to build balances into your system. There is a lot of problems that Nigeria has, I think, but I think also it represents opportunities because it gives us a chance to tell our story. The dollar is what it is, but PiggyVest is also what it is, and our job as founders, our job as representatives of Nigeria's tech ecosystem is to get investors that can believe in that capital, believe in that story, right? Rather. Like Edith said in his panel, we need patient capital.
Definitely.
The kind of capital that you want as an entrepreneur is one that understands the market that you operate in, one that's patient, one that believes in the vision, and one that will go the distance with you.
Oh, thank you, Odin. So to wrap up, I think building sustainable startups, really, you've got to have diverse revenue streams. You've got to look in the long term. You have to be positioned for the long term. You need to manage your relationships so that you had that person that could step in and for the virtual account situation. And in terms of sustainable investments and also responsible spending. I know we've heard a lot of stories. We don't have time for them, but the reason responsible spending is very important if you're going to be a sustainable startup.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
I want to thank Odin for sharing PiggyVest's story. Their roadmap has been awesome and an inspiration to many startups out there. So keep spending responsibly and thinking ahead for the long term. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good day.
Could you please stand for a picture, please? Media team, please kindly take a picture of them.
Fantastic. I think that was a really, really good session with Yewande and Odun. I've been just listening backstage, just enjoying the conversations, and I hope you also have been. And I hope you've been following the conversation and posting and sharing updates with people who are not in the room. We're running behind schedule, but we're hoping to get us out of here just around 2 o'clock. So please bear with us. Yes, check your times and keep us honest on that side. Up next, we have a speaker who I know personally, and I personally enjoy the work and the mission that they're doing at Vendy's. We have Tunde Kara. He's the CEO of Vendy's. He's going to be speaking about the future of business and speaking about the agricultural sector. Tunde is the co-founder and CEO at Vendy's, and he brings 14 years of brand building and technology problem solving in Africa. His leadership has propelled Vendy's to exponential growth, addressing the critical issues of harvest loss and bridging the gap in the food supply chain between farmers and businesses. With a business development and growth background, Tunde's disruptive and innovative approaches have positioned Vendy's as a key player, serving over 4,000 food businesses in 16 African cities. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause for Tunde Kara of Vendy's.
Hi, can everybody hear me? Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah. So let's just get into it because we don't have time. So are we good? Yeah. Thank you. My name is Tunde Kara, like I was introduced, and the picture of the young boy you see right there is me at 2 on my mother's farm somewhere in Ikorodu. As the son of a former farmer, and the emphasis is on former, because my parents had to stop farming because it wasn't sustainable. I had to, naturally I got engrossed and involved in trying to dream up scenarios that will make farming sustainable, that will make the future of farming a lucrative business for people, ordinary people who wanted to do it. And so I got creative, thinking about what technology would look like, what food technology would look like in the future. Instant deliveries in 6 hours or less. Now, just to talk about some of the problems that my parents faced as farmers, like there was no direct access to market for small or medium-sized farmers. They had issues with proper sourcing of their own inputs. They had issues with logistics, etc. And so this future is what I thought technology should look like. Instant deliveries in 6 hours or less, food drone delivery, hey, let's dream. AI-powered procurement solutions, launch a restaurant from concept in 24 hours, cut food waste to less than 0.1%. Now, this world, like imagine this world exists. That would be a great thing, right? Now, yeah, this world already sort of exists at Vendy's. Because of Vendy's, some of those things that you already saw, we're still working on the drone part of it, exist already. You can typically launch a restaurant from start to finish in less than 24 hours because everything you need to help you do that is available. Just for context, Vendy's builds end-to-end supply chain technology for food businesses. So when I say food businesses, that also includes farms and food manufacturers. So while we meet the demand, we provide the demand for the farmers, that's the direct route to market. We also provide the inputs on the food business side of it. So we build stuff like procurement engines, software for general ops, payments, and insights. Now, in the last years, our small experiment has given certain dividends. And what I'm trying to do here is help you to see what the possibilities are if a small company like Vendy's in 3 years can get to this using certain principles and practices, what is possible for the general ecosystem at large. We're currently present in 2 countries, Nigeria and Ghana, operational across both countries. We've cut down waste within the Vendy's ecosystem to less than 0.1%. And because of this, we're inducted into the World Economic Forum's Tech Pioneers for the year 2023. We currently serve over 4,000 businesses across these two countries. We've saved 50,000 man-hours of employee time because now instead of using the manual inefficient systems that they were used to, they're using automated systems. We've moved efficiently from point of production to point of consumption about 1.5 million metric tons of food from farm to table. And then we've saved about $10 million worth of procurement costs for the businesses that work for us over the last 3 years. A very key aspect of what we do is the financing, and we facilitated over $36 million worth of credit for the food sector. And some of our financiers here will know that nobody wants to touch the food industry because it's very opaque. You don't know what they're doing there. But we've managed to do this very efficiently with a less than 1% default rate. Now, this is not a pitch for vendors for investments. We have that covered. But like I said, this is a case study of what is possible when you deploy data and machine learning to make systems efficient. How we've done this over the last 3 years is exactly this. We've used data and machine learning to make our systems very efficient, and that's what's given us some of the results that you've seen over the last 3 years. To be fair, those results have come majorly over the last 18 months. Now, why is this important? According to McKinsey and also the AFDB, Africa is on track. Africa's food market is on track to hit about $1 trillion by 2030. It's currently valued at about $313 billion. Now, this is what we've done as an experiment, as a small experiment, is important, is because by the time we scale, by the time other companies and the industry uses some of these principles to scale, we can hit this potential of $1 trillion and also capture a lot of the value while we do so. Now, food is a non-negotiable human need, and that's why this sector is very, very, very important. A lot of people are coming on here to talk about fintechs and talk about the glamorous side of African tech. But rarely do we pay attention to the non-glamorous side of African tech, which is, in my opinion, more essential because you can't wake up and decide not to eat for 2 weeks. You have to eat. Like, it's a non-negotiable thing. And we need to see that same level of commitment with our investment towards the food sector because it's a huge sector that is currently not invested in at the value it should be at. Like, you can see the disruption, like for every dollar that is given to food tech, you have like about 4x given to fintech. This is not in my fintech founders, but I'm just saying, like, we need to pay more attention to food tech so that we can hit the potential that we need to hit. Now, some interesting facts that are not in my slide. Right now, on average, like very, very conservative estimates, Nigeria loses about 32 million metric tons of food annually due to insufficient or inefficient supply and lack of credit. Currently, Nigeria has about a $183 billion deficit in financing food production. That's about 90% of the food production requirement that Nigeria needs. So there's a huge gap that we need to collectively fill here as financiers and founders. And I think that over the next couple of years, over the next decade, more investors and the government should look into investing and building for this industry. The next wave of rapid growth will be in full tech. I can't share some of our own internal numbers with you because those are, my board of directors will fire me. But I can honestly tell you that there's a lot of value that's being created with just a small experiment like Vendy's, and there's a whole lot more that can be done. There's Vendy's, there's Trade Depot, there's Twiga in Kenya, and I know that the numbers are really good. So there's huge opportunity for investment here for both governments and the private sector. Because I honestly believe with all of my heart that food tech is Africa's next fintech. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Tunde, Kara, for that wonderful address. Let's see if indeed food tech is Africa's next fintech. I'm very excited for the next session that we have today, talking about unicorns and where do unicorns come from. Currently in Nigeria, we have 4 unicorns to our knowledge. And we're very excited to figure out how we can get more unicorns in the country and essentially how do you build a unicorn. Leading this address will be Darren Adebayo, who is a part of the search and selection team at Endeavor. He collaborates globally to discover the next wave of high-impact entrepreneurs. And beyond his role, Darren curates the university-distributed newsletter, the unevenly distributed newsletter, delving into a diffusion of tech, venture capital, and investment across emerging markets. Let's put our hands together for Darren Adebayo as he tells us where unicorns come from. Thank you. Let's put our hands together for him.
Hi. Can everyone hear me? Okay. Waiting for my slides, but hi, my name is Darren. When I was 13 years old, I didn't want to be a policeman, I didn't want to be a fireman, a doctor, or a lawyer. I wanted to be a venture capitalist. I read about the profession in some personal finance book I picked from my dad's library, and I thought, I get to give money to people to fund their dreams, to fund their businesses. Sounds like a great gig. Now, I hadn't quite figured out where to find the money, where to find the people, how to evaluate businesses, but I thought it was a great gig. Over the last 8 years of my career, I've worked with tons of VCs looking to invest in companies, and tons of companies looking to raise capital from VCs. Not quite a VC myself, but my understanding of the space has matured quite a bit from when I was 13 years old. I still think there are certain parts of venture capital that are really magical. For one, most sources of capital are backwards looking. And so if you go to a bank, if you go to a private equity firm, or if you are going public, the majority of the conversation is around what have you done in the past? What have you built? What assets do you own? How much cash flow are you generating? But with venture capital, especially early stage venture capital, the conversation is forward looking. It is, what are you trying to build? If your vision comes true, how big can it get? And I think that is one of venture capital's strongest strengths, because it allows us to fund visionaries, dreamers, innovators, all kinds of people who are looking to build things that don't yet exist. But as is often the case, I think venture capital's biggest strength is also the source of its biggest weakness. Because when you're trying to evaluate a business that is kind of in the future, right, what do you lean on? You tend to lean on patterns. So when you say, how big can this company get? What you're really saying is, all the companies that have gotten big in the past, what have they looked like? And then you look at those patterns and you try to use that to, find the companies you invest in today. Now, while this kind of pattern recognition is core to how VCs make decisions, I think patterns are a useful guide, but they can also blind us. In 2013, when the term unicorn was coined, it was defined as a US-based a US-based company, less than 10 years old, valued at over $1 billion. The term quickly caught fire, took a life of its own, and today a unicorn is defined as a private company valued at over $1 billion. And the entire VC industry became unicorn hunters. Every VC was looking for what is going to be the next unicorn. Now, if you look at the initial 39 companies that were in the unicorn club, there were certain patterns that were very easy to see. 60% of them had one co-founder who went to an elite university, so top 10 universities in the US. 90% of them had previously worked in tech. The vast majority of them it wasn't a very diverse group. Straight white men from elite universities. And it's very easy to pick up that pattern. The ideal tech founder is a tech bro programmer that went to Stanford. And to her credit, Eileen Lee, who coined the term, specifically warned about this kind of pattern matching. But VCs being VCs, the entire ecosystem oriented towards a certain founder archetype. Now we're in 2023. We have over 1,200 unicorns, so a much richer data set than the original 39 companies. And so at Endeavor, we decided to study these companies, and we looked at 200 unicorns, 100 in emerging markets, 100 in the US, and we decided to look at whether these patterns held true. Are there any commonalities behind the founders of billion-dollar companies? Here's what we found. My apologies for the very complicated slide, but I will explain. So every line in this graph is the journey of a single founder. And every node in the graph is a key experience in that founder's journey. And so the places where you see the lines bunch up, those are the places where lots of founders have that specific experience. Now, what did we find? Spoiler alert, credentials don't really matter. Less than a third of the founders in our data set went to what you would define as an elite university. This is, think top 100 universities according to the rankings. Less than 20% of the founders in our data set went to what you call a prestigious employer. So think bulge bracket investment banks, consulting firms, big tech. This accounted for less than 20% of the founders in our data set. We found some interesting, correlations. For example, the founders tended to be globally minded. So 60% of them had worked or studied abroad. In the US, 55% of them were immigrants or children of immigrants. Even in emerging markets, 32% of them were immigrants or children of immigrants. That didn't surprise us much because at Endeavor, what we've noticed is the most of the founders tend to be globally minded. They tend to take lessons from other markets and they tend to adapt them to their own local ecosystems. But at the end of the day, 60% studied or worked abroad. That means 40% didn't. And so I wouldn't say it's necessary, it's just an interesting correlation. We found a bunch of other interesting correlations. But there was one thing that I think stood out. And it was something that also stood out in the original Unicorn Club. And that is 80% of the founders in our data set had some form of previous entrepreneurial experience. Now, so 50% of the founders had worked in another entrepreneurial company. 50% of them had founded a company before the one they built into the unicorn valuation. Now, there's some overlap in those two groups. So in the entire data set, 80% of the companies had some previous entrepreneurial experience. And this also didn't come as a surprise to us at Endeavor because it was a manifestation of something we call the multiplier effect. And I will explain this effect with a little story. So Endeavor is 25 years old. We're present in 40 markets. And I'm taking you all the way back to 24 years ago to the ecosystem in Buenos Aires. This is what it looked like. And I'll explain this graph. Each bubble in this graph represents a company, and each line represents a connection between companies. So what are these connections? It means the founder of one company worked at the other company. The founder of one company raised capital from the other company. The founder of one company was mentored or inspired by the founder of another company. And if you look at Buenos Aires in 1999, 17 tech companies founded in 17 years, not that many connections between them. Two of the companies here, Patagon and Meli, were some of the first companies Endeavor selected out of Argentina. Now, if you fast forward to 2014, this is what the graph looks like. Lots more companies, lots more connections between the companies. What I want to point out is that some of these bubbles are bigger than others, and the size of the bubble represents the amount of connections that company has with other companies. So the way to think about it is, the bigger the bubble, the more founders that founder has invested in, trained, mentored, inspired. And so the big bubbles are the founders that have had an outsized impact on their ecosystem. And so when you think of the previous the previous section of this talk where I mentioned that 50% of founders had worked in an entrepreneurial company before, it's most likely they had worked in one of the big bubbles in their ecosystem. And to illustrate this, I'm going to turn to the next slide, and what I'll do is pull out the 4 biggest bubbles and all the connections that they've made. So if I take out the 4 biggest companies, and I take out all the companies they've mentored, inspired, invested in, and trained, this is what the Argentine ecosystem looks like. It looks like what? The second takeaway here is for investors, and it says their relevance, in the global context. I think in our ecosystem, which is still pretty nascent, we have to be wary about the patterns we're starting to lean on, about the ideas we have of what a successful founder should look like, about the groups of people we are funding. And so I think, for the investors in the audience, when you go back, have these conversations with your team and understand that even though patterns can guide you, they should not be a crutch to lean on. And then the final takeaway is for the policymakers here, and it's that big bubbles matter. The vast majority of policy initiatives I see around entrepreneurship are focused on quantity. How many entrepreneurs can we support? How many people can we mentor? How many people can we train? And I think that is valid, and I think that's super valuable. But I do think there's a role for focusing on quality. Because as we identified, a handful of companies make the biggest impact on the ecosystem, right? And so if you find those companies, if you support them, if you help accelerate their growth, and if you provide them with a platform to pay it forward, then they are the ones who will mentor, who would invest, who will train, and who would inspire the next generation of entrepreneurs. And so, like I said earlier, actually, where do unicorns come from? From other unicorns. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Darren. That was an amazing talk. It is very obvious Darren has been watching a lot of TED Talks. For a second, I was taken away. We just had to dim the light a little more. Once again. Now we have our final panel session for the day. It's a session on leveraging emerging technologies in Africa to achieve growth. To lead the conversation, we have my friend, Tomiwa Aladekomo, who's the CEO of Big Cabal Media, the powerhouse behind Tech Cabal and Zikoko. And he's at the forefront, he and his organization, I believe, are at the forefront of shaping the future of African media. Please put a round of applause for him. His passion for Nigeria and Africa drives his groundbreaking work at Big Cabal and as a board member of the Africa Tech and Creative Group, committed to ensuring that the AFCFTA benefits tech, creative, and small business communities continent-wide. With him on this session is Obi Emetarom. Obi is the co-founder of Zone, a regulated blockchain payment infrastructure firm. His fintech journey began in 2004, immediately after college, where he co-founded Parkway Projects early in his career, and they achieved over $1 million in revenue while providing tailored solutions for commercial banks in Nigeria. In 2008, he founded AppZone, and they were recognized for pioneering startups, as pioneering startups, including Africa's first banking software as a service platform, bespoke fintech software, and innovative card management systems. Once again, a round of applause for Obi. And joining them is Emeka Emetarom. I'm not sure if they are brothers. They are brothers. And Emeka is the CEO of Core, a banking as a service platform business that enables financial institutions across Africa to achieve digitization and service automation. Emeka, alongside Obi and Wale, founded AppZone, now called Zone, where Core was carved out of. Gentlemen, over to you. Once again, a round of applause for them, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Hello. it's the graveyard shift, so I have to make sure you guys are still with us. Thank you for staying till the end of the program. I have these two gentlemen with me for a conversation on emerging tech. And it's a timely conversation. Our minister was recently on Twitter talking about telemedicine and a number of things that the audience thought were maybe a little bit advanced for the fundamentals of our economy. So I'm going to ask Obi and Emeka to explain. And Obi, I'm going to start with you. So Zone, your platform is a blockchain network. It powers digital payments, it connects banks and fintechs, and it's a layer 1 protocol for issuing digital currencies, deploying DeFi services, etc.
Yeah.
Now, 18 months ago, 24 months ago, if I said DeFi, this room would be full. Everything blockchain was as hot as it got. Today, if I talk about building a blockchain-based, a lot of the conversation is, yeah, we can build it on the blockchain, but could we build it on conventional tech anyway? So can you talk a little bit about why a blockchain-based digital payment system? And just your thinking about the blockchain into the future. Because as markets go, the market has swung a little bit into the next thing, AI, which we will still talk about. But it's still an interesting technology, and you guys still have a company based on it. So,
okay, yeah, thank you very much, Tamira. Always a pleasure. So basically, blockchain is about introducing trust and transparency into digital systems. That's what it's about. It's about being sure about the digital records and digital processes being run. And what we've done is apply that process or apply those capabilities to payment in a way that removes friction, reduces costs significantly, and enables adoption. So in a nutshell, what we've done, if you take payment networks today, for payment to happen, you need to have systems that connect financial institutions. And you have a middle system that does that. And this has been the architecture worldwide. What we've done on blockchain is to remove, because there's now trust, remove the need for that intermediary who would typically also increase friction and allow all participating financial institutions on that network connect directly with each other for purposes of processing transactions. So it's much more reliable, right? Friction associated with where transactions fail or you have chargebacks and so on go out of the window, and the cost of that central intermediary goes out. And so this is what we're doing. It's pioneering globally, for sure pioneering in Africa, a few other companies across the world. We think that payment is just one vertical that would transition into the blockchain. We're going to have other financial services verticals transition into the blockchain. So that's just a quick
let me play the role of the blockchain crypto skeptic and say, are you finding practically that the cost reductions happen in terms of just building out this infrastructure? Is it that much cheaper than using whatever conventional architecture has existed prior to now? And the applicability beyond fintech, are you seeing other examples of people sort of apply this same blockchain technology, the same sort of like trust systems in other spaces in practical ways?
Yeah, so for the first question, in terms of cost reduction, for sure, right? Because anywhere you have intermediaries, especially if there are multiple intermediaries, those intermediaries are going to incur costs and transfer those costs to users of that service. But they also introduce friction, right? Because anything where you have a party where things have to pass through, that process inherits the friction that that party generates. So just by taking out those, like the intermediaries in the value chain, you take out the cost and you take out friction at the same time. So you get lower cost but a better experience
overall. So it's like more and less at the same time,
Okay.
based on this technology. There are other areas, to the second question, beyond fintech, any sector where trust and transparency is useful and where it makes sense to remove intermediaries is ready for this technology. Public sector, right? Where you have records that must be trusted and processes. So you talk about governance. So processes that the population can be sure of and they're not being tampered with. Voting, for example. So that's on the public sector. Even in private sector, supply chain, a number of other areas.
Yeah, there's a lot of conversation about it in health, in real estate.
Yes.
Interesting. We're going to come back to this and the implementation of it and the practicalities of it, particularly in this environment. But let me go over to Emeka. Emeka, you guys run a core banking system. And it's got everything. Self-service, it's got USSD, people can plug in whatever sort of like payments and card systems that they have.
Yeah.
How do you think about emerging technologies and how do you think about sort of the investment that's required to keep on top of each new technology that comes into banking, that comes into payments? How do you think about that from an investment perspective, from a business growth perspective?
So the first thing is, it's sad that some of these seats are empty because I was going to correct Maiwa of McKinsey, if she's still here, no disrespect. Africa is not going to contribute 800 million citizens to the workforce in 2050. The number will be closer to 0. And the reason is because of artificial intelligence. The advances that have been recently made in AI, and many of you are used to ChatGPT, you now have a proper open sourcing of that piece of tech, but in ways that anybody can use them, right? By 2050, we all won't have jobs.
Interesting.
Nobody sitting here will have a job in 2050. So if you're retiring before 2050, congratulations. Now, what we need to do, however, and what we are doing at CORE, is we need to adapt. The application of emerging technologies is a critical component of that. CORE is a banking as a service platform, as you're aware. It's single instance on the cloud, managing over 500 clients across the continent. Every day we rack up maybe 500 terabytes of data every single day or more, and we've been doing this for years. Our aspirations are to take generative AI and plug in all that data so that we can start to automate the different aspects of delivering financial services fully. So, for instance, front office type activities, you have customer service, account opening. So today you have digital channels that allow customers to open accounts from the web, but how do you get those customers in, right? We believe that we would have AI agents that can handle marketing, that can feed into digital marketing channels, jump into conversations on Twitter, on Telegram, on WhatsApp, and sell products in a way that becomes a channel to acquire customers. So no more marketers. And then you would have, obviously, customer service. We're working to provide chatbots that will allow our customers to reach out, solve their problems with actionable steps, APIs that resolve those issues, and then, the whole front office. But it doesn't stop there because everything else going all the way to the back, if it's your financial accounting, if it's your reconciliation, you can automate the governance process, ensure compliance with regulation and all those things in a way that ultimately you would be able to have a bank that is run entirely by AI agents and AI systems.
And then you won't have a job.
Yes, but I'll have the company that is doing all this.
It's really going to be interesting. I'm looking forward to the day when your AI agent is attempting to market to me but I have an AI agent managing my Twitter account, so your AI agent's marketing to
Very
my
intelligent
AI
time, very interesting times. They will be. Your AI agent will come to you and say, there's this AI agent that's not letting me rest. You know what happens now? Marketers keep blowing up your phone. It'll be the same thing. I can't seem to tweet on your page because there's an agent, a bot that is just selling me stuff constantly.
Fascinating. I think we have, 10 more minutes, 5 more minutes or so for this conversation. So we're not going to be able to dig into it. I mean, it is a really interesting, okay. It is a really interesting conversation. Just thinking about Africa by 2050, this physical population, this huge physical population that still needs food, that still needs physical services, and then this automation of kind of world labor that you foresee. In kind of the brief time that we have left, I want to talk a little bit about what should we be doing from a preparing for that future perspective. So there are these digital technologies that are changing the world. And whether, I think the conversation on Twitter was a lot of, we don't have power yet. We don't have trains to move goods yet. And you want an AI policy. But your brother has just said AI is about to run us all out of jobs. What should we be doing? How do we prepare?
Okay, yeah, so I think that there are two key areas, and I guess the technologies help to also accelerate this. One is in terms of adoption, right? So I believe that the technology, AI, blockchain, and so on, have a huge role to play in removing the friction in using these technologies, right? Before now, technologies have been considered to be difficult to use. You need to learn a lot of stuff and maybe unreliable and maybe not trustworthy. But these technologies are going to come together to make adoption seamless, almost with no effort, right? So that's one area.
Foolproof for dummies. Foolproof for dummies.
Yes, absolutely. So the other areas in terms of learning and capacity development, right? So we're going to see accelerated capacity development amongst humans. And if there's anywhere in the world that needs this the most, it's Africa, right? We're going to see democratized access to knowledge, access to learning in a massively scalable way like has never been seen before, right? So yes, while we are going to see this whole job shift go, it's going to come with a significantly improved experience and significantly upgraded capability for the human mind. Yeah, so it's exciting, really.
I think it's a really fascinating conversation, and we could probably spend a much longer time. I'm going to do one last question. Time is kind of up. For the people in this audience, what do they do? From your perspective, what should they be building? What should they be funding? There's investors here. What should they be backing from a policy perspective? Just what are your thoughts?
So I'll start with policy because I think a lot of things sit on that, right? I think the government should provide the enabling environment for investments, first of all.
Okay.
We need huge investments in education. We won't be able to upskill easily if we don't have some of the fundamentals. And there are a lot of people walking around under those bridges. They need training. We need to have, all our money should go into that. That's the first piece, right?
Okay.
Secondly, in Nigeria, and I heard, I think it was the PiggyVest co-founder was talking about how, returns keep slipping in USD because of the devaluation issue. And we face that. I mean, we have international clients, but...
Don't depress me this afternoon.
We have international clients, but most of our revenue is still in Naira, so I feel our pain. We need to focus on import substitution, right? There has to be a deliberate effort into ensuring that we reduce the amount of stuff that we're importing right now, because we can produce a lot of those things easily as well with some help and some enablement from the government. If that happens, the investors coming into the country, I think the governments can provide some kind of fail-safe rather than create grants and give direct investments to startups, of which I don't think the government is in the best position to select properly. Let the market do that selection
Okay.
But then you can guarantee a certain minimum return so that the investments are de-risked, so that putting these three things together, you catalyze the investments and that comes in and that will help drive the process. Now, for all of us here, individuals, we need to all upskill. AI is coming for all of us, and good thing there's a way each and every one of us can improve our productivity today. Ahead of that, fully automated, robot-driven future, and that would help bring down costs. That will help with improving returns on our existing effort. Like right now, there's so much you can do in every business today to try to automate it and bring the cost down using AI. So we should all do that so that just like me, in 2050, some of us here will own many of the other businesses that are run by machines.
A fascinating future. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Unfortunately, we can't go for much more conversation, but thank you to everyone in the audience for taking the time to be with us today and for listening to this conversation. You can find Emeka and Obi and sort of drill them a little bit more on this future they imagine for us, but thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Please stay on the stage and take your picture. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's clap for that wonderful panel session. We're getting to the close of the event. Thank you very much, Tomiwa, for moderating that wonderful conversation. Very interesting indeed. We seem to be getting to the end of the event. I hope that you all have had a wonderful time and have learned various things to take forward. Allow us to introduce Ireayo, who is the CEO of Endeavor Nigeria. One of the things I love about Endeavor Nigeria is that when it comes to leadership, they often have very strong, resilient women. So I'd like to also invite the past CEOs of Endeavor Nigeria, Eloho Omame, who is now a partner at TLCom, and Tosin Faniro Dada, who is now a partner at Briga.
I know Mr. Governor mentioned it earlier that there
Yes.
seems to be a pathway from Lagos State to
Endeavor
to VC. So, sir, you might have to hold on very tightly to Ireayo because she's going straight to VC. But let's keep her here for a long time. But I don't know if you have any remarks to share.
Good afternoon, everyone. The board of Endeavor Nigeria. I'm very, very proud to be in the midst of these beautiful women. The ever impressive Eloho Omame, who was the first MD of Endeavor Nigeria. Please give her a round of applause. She did an amazing job. She made my life so much easier. She's been a fantastic mentor to me, and I'm so glad to have you as a friend, a mentor, and a partner. Thank you very much. Ireayo Oladunjoye, please clap for her. This has been an amazing event. The ever-resilient Ireayo, thank you for your leadership. Thank you for keeping the flag flying. I would like to quickly say thank yous. Thank you to the board of Endeavor Nigeria for always supporting us. Mr. Atedo Peterside, ANAP, Mr. Bolaji Balogun, thank you so much. Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Sari. Thank you, JDIP. Thank you to the entrepreneurs and the growing network. And lastly, thank you to our ecosystem partners for always being there for us. Thank you so much for always supporting Endeavor. Eloho, would you like to say a few things?
Not really. No, I just want to add my thanks. I think it's a very proud moment for me, 5 years on from the first Catalysing Conversations, to walk into the same hall that we did the first Catalysing Conversations in, and to see a full room, to see a beautiful setup, to see an agenda that is so thoughtful, and to have entrepreneurs and mentors and board members engaged for a full day. I think Endeavor Nigeria plays a very special place, or a very special part in our entrepreneurial ecosystem. I think Endeavor's message, Endeavor's mission is very special. And I love that, we've created a community. We continue to be family, Tosin and I, to you all, happy to help. But Endeavor has built this community and built this brand that I think stands for something very special. And I look forward to the next 5 years under your leadership.
Yeah, thank you so much. I want to thank Eloho and Tosin. I had huge shoes to fit into, but they've been, as Tosin said, Eloho has been very helpful. I say this story out aloud. Eloho is my cousin. Tosin is my very good friend. But I mean, stepping into the shoes of both of them has been awesome. But I'm glad that they're here and they're pleased with it. Before, I want to thank Anap. Thank you very much. That was the chairman that brought me into Endeavor. And my current chairman, Bolaji Balogun, thank you so much, sir. I want to thank Sari, Christian, JD for being here, all the board members that are not even here but have supported me through my journey. My journey started in February of this year. I want to thank a special guest in the audience, my old boss, Mr. Dotson Adedosun Suleiman. Thank you very much. Yeah, and if I continue to reel the thank yous, we'll be here all day, but I appreciate you all, and I'll be handing over to one of our board members, Mr. J.D. Golab, to continue the agenda of today. Thank you so much.
So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we invite Mr. Jaideep Gulab to give his remarks. Round of applause, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not sure it's very fair for them to have me on after our three MDs, but as we draw to the close of this exceptional summit, I'd like to take a moment to reflect on the incredible journey of conversations we've had today. Throughout the day, we've explored diverse perspectives, delved into innovative solutions, and witnessed the power of collaboration within our ecosystem. Our chairman, Bolaji Balogun, set the stage and gave us plenty of food for thought. And in fact, throughout every one of the sessions, everyone pretty much referred to something that he said at the start. His Excellency, Mr. Governor, showed us that the state government really gets it, and they're going to continue to do what they can forcefully to continue to support the ecosystem. We then went into some fireside chats, and we had some really interesting conversations. I just want to touch on a couple of bullet points to remind everyone with the vast amount of knowledge we've heard today. We heard about human-centric development can be the catalyst to take Lagos from being the African hub to becoming the global hub. Dr. Ola Brown told us that we can do so much more with less, and that we've already leapfrogged several legacy industries using technology. The creative and the media told us that the lines are blurring between the digital and the creative sectors, and told us about the growth of Nigerian soft power and how we have to merchandise the sector. They also advised us that we need much more patient capital for the film industry and the venture capital sector. We also heard that it's inevitable that we will move to local capital, as the local pension funds will eventually contribute much, much more to the PE and the VC sector. We also heard, by the way, that there are quite a few triplets amongst us. The next wave is coming, and will be coming from the mafias out of the success stories of the unicorns that we currently have in the country. So if you want to know what to invest in, see the people that are leaving the unicorns and starting up their own companies. We heard about building financial resilience. We also heard about vendees who are using tech and big data to revolutionize the food value chains. Apparently, food tech is Africa's next fintech. Darren, who was an Endeavor Nigeria staff and who has gone on to New York and made an exceptional name for himself and Endeavor Nigeria, told us about the multiplier effect. How founders create founders, encapsulating the essence of Endeavor, pull others up behind you. We then heard a very interesting part, which I think I'll leave everyone with, which is by 2050, we'll all be unemployed. So everyone be ready for that. Now to conclude, I have the distinct honor of introducing a leader who's played a pivotal role in steering Endeavor Nigeria to where we are today. His dedication, strategic vision, and unwavering commitment have been instrumental in the success of our network. Our founding chairman, who has taken us to this place, Mr. Tedo Peterside, can I invite you to come and say the closing remarks, please? You want to jump? At our age, please.
Hey, you see? Aha. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First, let me ask you to applaud yourselves because you are the ones with the staying power who have stayed till the very end. And it's my sincere hope that those who have left will still capture the flavor of some of the very important presentations that came after them. Nowadays, everything is on video. Everything finds its way to YouTube or to WhatsApp groups. On my part, initially I was supposed to give a vote of thanks mixed with a farewell speech. But there have been so many thank yous from the three Endeavor, the three musketeers, the three Endeavor past, two past CEOs and the current one, Riayo, that I won't dwell so much on thanking you again. And I've already made you clap for yourselves for having the staying power. So I will just take you back to the genesis of this adventure and why some of us believed in it and why it is still etched in our memory. Because it embodies the spirit of what we've achieved together since 2018. Because we dared to dream in 2018, and today it has become a reality. I still remember vividly Jaydeep, who introduced me. Jaydeep, that's Jaydeep Gulab, along with Faisal El Khalil, and also Suresh Telaram. Please, let's get it very straight because these things are important. Jaydeep, I believe, amongst other things, has an Indian passport. Suresh has an Indian and probably a British passport. And Faisal has a Lebanese passport. The three, I'm telling this story because it is true. The three of them approached me and they said, there's Endeavor that exists around the world in a number of countries. They have been here in Nigeria for a long time. They are not Nigerians, but that they think it's time that Nigeria also developed a chapter. So I asked them very simply, what is involved in developing a chapter in Nigeria? Because I knew of Endeavor Nigeria, but I was not up to date with the process of establishing a chapter. So they told me, look, the most important thing is that every chapter is self-financing. So which means that there must be enough people, board members in country or wherever they live, willing to put together annual contributions to fund a local chapter. Because that's the formula. Every chapter funds itself. So basically they were approaching me, asking me whether I was going to join them to fund a Nigerian chapter. I told myself, for goodness sake, if two Indians and a Lebanese can put money down to fund a chapter in Nigeria, how the hell do I get to refuse as a Nigerian when I fully understand that the benefit of this endeavor is for young Nigerians of the future? So I gladly agreed to join them, and that was how the story began. Then Bolaji Balogun came on board, and very quickly, we had a chapter that we knew was financially viable because we also had Yemi Lalude, Michelle Elegbe, and Halima Dangote joined, and Amy Jadesimi, and Andrew Ali. So there were 10 directors. And if we were contributing $50,000 per annum each, we knew that covered the budget. So we could tell Endeavor Global that yes, we are ready. And that was the birth of the Nigerian chapter. Of course, since then, Faisal El-Khalil, who dragged me in, has moved on after 5 years and replaced by his son, Sari El-Khalil. And then also, we were joined later by Tokumbo Ishmael, who is not here today. And then, when I was now exiting after 5 years, and please don't ask me why 5 years, that was the contract from the beginning. I only agreed to do it for the first 5 years. You can't do anything forever. So when my 5 years was up, I was replaced on the board by GB Agbola of Flutterwave and by Christian Wessels. So please clap for the pair of them. So together, we formed this chapter. And I think together, we have a formula that ensures that this chapter can grow from strength to strength. Because I always say that the test of an establishment, when you create something new, is whether you have an arrangement that ensures that it can endure. And this arrangement can endure. And one other question I will answer, because even some in this room asked me, but if you've stopped being chairman from middle of this year, and Bolaji is the chairman, why are you not staying on the board? I explained that to the board members, that from a corporate governance perspective, I don't believe in it. I think the correct thing is that if a chairman should move into something like alumni, so Bolaji knows that I'm available at his beck and call, but not for the chairman to remain in the boardroom, which indirectly undermines the new chairman. Because out there, there'll be confusion. Somebody will say up chair, they will both turn around. So please, when I say up chair now, it's Bolaji, no confusion. So I will bring this matter to an end. I've already mentioned the 3 musketeers. I've thanked the 3 ladies. Interestingly, somebody told me, I'm not sure if it is true, that the Chinese symbol for noise is that they sketch 3 ladies under a roof. But these 3 musketeers helped to keep me on track. And Ireyo is the last in the chain, and we know that in her own case, she will stay much longer. Please clap for Ireyo. I also want to extend, therefore, my appreciation to all the directors of Endeavor Nigeria, past and present. And of course, gratitude to Linda Rothenberg, the co-founder and CEO of Endeavor Global. You heard a video today, as well as Adrian Garcia Arayos, the president of Endeavor, and the entire global team from Endeavor Capitalist team to the Insights team. These people, their spirit has been instrumental in making Endeavor a global force for change. And I'm happy that Nigeria, too, is a vital part of that global force. So finally, I would just sincerely appreciate all the speakers today. Some of them, what they said was so convincing and so important. The sponsors, the partners, all the guests who are in here, and those who joined virtually on YouTube, your collective contribution has driven our success. And I'm grateful for the collaboration and support that has defined this journey. As I bid farewell to this role, I do so with a heart full of gratitude, pride, and optimism for the future of Endeavor Nigeria. The conversations we've catalyzed today alone are not just dialogues, but the building blocks of a brighter, more innovative tomorrow. And my final side comment is that somebody asked me, I won't embarrass the person by saying, but if I'm leaving the board after 5 years, shouldn't there be a send-off party? I said, I don't want a culture of wasting funds in Endeavor. So just hand me the microphone at one of your usual events, and I will say my farewell. On that note, I thank you all, and God bless all of you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tedo Peterside, outgoing chairman of Endeavor Nigeria. We really, really enjoyed those very deep insights. And I know that Endeavor Nigeria and the rest of the startup ecosystem thanks you for your service.
Yes. And now we have reached the end of today's Catalysing Conversation event. Please put a round of applause, give a round of applause to yourself for staying till the end.
What a day it's been, Fola.
It has been a great day. I've learned so much.
So have I.
Seen people I haven't seen in a long time.
Yes.
And I look forward to next year's event.
Absolutely. Catalysing Conversations will be back next year for its 6th edition. It was really an absolute pleasure to be hosting this event with you today, Fola. And thank you to our audience for listening and for staying till the end. Now, we've come to the end of the event, and we'd like to call upon Irayo and the Endeavor Nigeria team, as well as the past CEOs, to come and take a picture online.
Yeah, I think the team comes up stage first because they deserve a round of applause.
Yes.
So the Endeavor Nigeria team, wherever you are, please come on stage. Would like to give you a fantastic round of applause. Guys, let's clap for them, please. Let's clap for them.
And we appreciate all the efforts that you put into this event. Let's keep the claps coming for the Endeavor Nigeria team. Don't be shy, guys. Please come on stage. Let's keep the claps going for all the people who made this possible today. Well done, team. Well done, team. If I could ask the current chairman of the board to please join us on the stage for this last picture. Mr. Chairman of the board, could I ask you to join this picture, please? Oh, sorry. So this is the dream team that made it happen. Audience, please do stay and network. There's still food and drinks at the back.